Well, guys, the stream, everything is fine. Okay, good day, everybody. I haven't been using the microphone for quite a while, so this is a change for me. Well, apart from Zoom and my computer microphone. Good day, everyone, and thank you all for coming here for this presentation, interactive presentation. Today we will be talking about e-learning approaches and platforms, something that is quite familiar to everybody, especially now since Corona times, but nobody is quite sure what it is. My name is Maya, and I'm a CEO of the company called Learning Wizard. And the company is primarily focused on developing e-learning content and courses and different digital tools for companies, for institutions, NGOs, schools, and so on. We have been working before Corona, so this we have some background even before. I'm also an educator and a trainer. I cooperate a lot with Bojan, and so I have this background also in education, but also in IT, and I kind of decided to put this all together, and this is how the idea for the company came up 4 years ago. And we also work internationally, so we don't work only in Croatia. We actually work more internationally than here. My idea for this hour and a half, too, that we have was to give you an introduction into the topic. I was told that you all work in the debating environment, and you all have this experience, and I'm sure that most of you either already have or will have some kind of experience with e-learning. As I'm told that either you have some sort of activities online, or maybe you will have them or you plan them. So the idea was that I give you maybe some background, maybe some terminology. So when you plan the future activities, it will be easier for you to understand where you're at and how to plan those programs. But before we start with this terminology part, I would like to maybe give you some background and principles on this whole science. Well, actually, it became a science. E-learning, up to maybe 10 years ago, was something quite unfamiliar to everybody. It was mostly used in American schools and universities, so it wasn't something that was widely spread across the globe. And now, especially because of Corona, we have it. We have it almost in every NGO. Any kind of formal, non-formal, and informal learning activity has some sort of online aspect of it, digital aspect of it. Since you all work in education, I'm sure, I think you know the differences between formal, informal, and non-formal learning. Do you? Yes. So formal is usually, I will very quickly, formal is schools, kindergarten, and universities. Non-formal education will be something like this. So it's something that is type of education, training courses, seminars, which are planned. They have some sort of structure, but you are not being tested or evaluated at the end of this, at the end of the learning process, and it's completely up to you. So it's mostly voluntary. Informal learning is something spontaneous, which happens with your friends, at home, when your grandma or your mother teaches you how to cook. This is informal learning, and at the beginning, as I said, e-learning was something that was mostly for formal education. Then it kind of started to get incorporated into non-formal learning, and now you have informal learning, also in types of in terms of e-learning. So my friend recently told me that when she was driving her car and the tire got broke, and she was in the middle of nowhere, she didn't know what to do, so she turned to YouTube to see how to fix a broken tire. And so this is type of online informal learning. So these are terms which are important in general in education, but I think you will understand why. Then there is also this thing which is nobody really knows how to name e-learning. So we have different names for the same definition. So some people use distant learning, some people use virtual learning, some people say online learning, e-learning, and I would basically say it's the same thing. Maybe I would make a distinction with distance learning, but I will explain it to you why. It's because distance learning is something that we have been having for many, many years. So even in the 19th century, teachers were using the concept of distance learning, where a pupil would write their homework and then send it by a post to the teacher. While the difference now with e-learning is that we have this E. We have this E in e-learning, which means electronic, actually. So this is the difference. But whatever you hear, online learning, e-learning, it's really basically the same thing. So don't be confused, even though other people try to make it, very posh and very sexy, different words, but it's the same thing. And then with the rise of computers in the 60s and 70s, of course, schools and American universities, which have more money than the rest of us, they kind of wanted to invest and they wanted to innovate, and this is why they decided to put different first computer-based training courses for their pupils, for their teachers, for the professors, and this is how the whole e-learning part started. Here I put this definition, but it's something for you, just a fun fact, not something that is really important. But as I said, it really means the same thing. So e-learning and all those words are the same thing. And then in the early 2000s, businesses, companies kind of realized that there is something to it. This e-learning can be useful, especially in terms of educating the employees. And this is where they started to invest into different programs online. Of course, again, it started from America, the United States, and then it kind of switched to the rest of us. Also, in the same time, in the early 2000s, with the companies and their venture into e-learning, something else also happened, and I'm sure you all heard of Moodle. Moodle, familiar thing, I assume, yes. So in the early 2000s, Moodle showed up, and it was focused on schools. So it was a free open source software for schools, and it kind of revolutionized the whole process of online learning. Of course, with better internet, better multimedia, Flash, and so on, HTML5, this whole thing of e-learning developed very rapidly. And now we have, of course, better interactive content courses, which are very cool, very, I call it, unicorny and very rainbowy, and you can do all sorts of things. And now we have virtual reality, augmented reality, and so on. But I will explain those terms later on. Now, these are the three most important terms in e-learning. This is where everything starts. So it's synchronous learning, asynchronous learning, and blended learning. From my experience with my clients, I can say that blended learning is kind of a buzzword in the last couple of years, and I think you've all heard it. But actually, synchronous and asynchronous learning are two terms which are very important in terms of typical, I would say, pure e-learning. So synchronous e-learning basically means that the students, learners, are online at the same time as their teacher. So can you guess an example? Very famous example is when you have a training course or a seminar on Zoom. So you are at the same time on Zoom as your teacher, as your speaker, and you are listening to them, and that's it. So any kind of webinars, chat, shared whiteboard, the virtual classroom. So all of these are types of synchronous e-learning. Asynchronous e-learning is when you're not online at the same time as your teacher. Very simple. So self-paced courses, blogs, emails, social media as well is also a type of e-learning. So and when we start to develop e-learning for our clients, this is the first question we ask: do you want it to be synchronous or asynchronous? And I always explain it to you because when I say those two words, everybody's looking at me like, okay, what does this mean? There are advantages and disadvantages to both terms, depending on who your learners are and what you want to achieve. So sometimes taking a synchronous e-learning is better than, of course, asynchronous. And then there is, of course, the term of blended learning. So it's of course a mix of these two. It can also be a mix of having an e-learning so e-learning online learning, and also a mix of face-to-face. So I'm sure that if you're doing some sort of educational activities, some of you probably have it now because of the corona times. So you have some activities are of face-to-face, and then you give some homework or maybe some different materials for your students to look online. So these are the three main terms. And as I said, I know that there is this big talk, at least in Croatia right now, whether we should maybe completely focus our formal educational system to blended learning. It depends on many factors, but I wouldn't say it's a bad thing. I think it can be managed, but it takes a lot of effort to do it. I'm also a big fan of asynchronous learning, I have to admit. Because we also, as a company, we create self-paced courses mostly. And I can show you some examples so you can see. So for me personally, I'm a huge fan because I personally like asynchronous learning. So I don't like when I have to be forced, let's say, to sit down for 6 hours on a Zoom, and then I personally lose focus after 30 minutes. And so for me, having an asynchronous self-paced course, it's very easier because I can click and join whenever I want. I can go through the course when I'm driving, in a tram, or before bed. So for me, it's personally easier to learn like that because I have control over my personal learning process. For some people, it's better to be synchronous. I would say from my experience, it's also very generational. Older people, older generations, prefer synchronous learning because they are more used on being guided through the learning process. Well, I would say the kids nowadays, younger generation prefer asynchronous because they want to have control over their learning and they can access whenever they want. And then maybe this is why blended e-learning or blended learning is kind of the best solution because it incorporates both ways. There is also something quite important. Maybe it's, I should point out that now in 2020, you have, in the United States, you have universities and you have master's programs for e-learning and instructional design. So it kind of became a science on its own. Maybe until 10 years ago, it was mostly a subject as a part in a part of some kind of educational studies for being a teacher and so on. But now you really have the whole program for becoming a e-learning designer or instructional designer. And so really there's this whole theory behind the whole thing. And I kind of decided to put this whole theory in a small package, not to talk too much about it. So here are the 7 principles of e-learning. You can read it all here, and if you want, I can send you this whole presentation afterwards. I think Bojan will want that, so you can read it more into detail. But this is basically kind of a guidelines on how to develop e-learning. And I would say there's one major big rule, and less is more. So don't put too much pictures, don't put too much text. PDF is not e-learning. So this is something that I quite often have to explain to clients. Digital booklet in PDF form is not an e-learning. And just because you put it in a digital form doesn't mean it's a learning process because you have to read it. So less text, more interactivity. If you want to keep the focus of your learners, if you want to keep them engaged, you need to put something interactive. So the user can click, can reveal something. This is why gamified content is quite cool, especially these days, because you have this feeling that as you're going through the content or some kind of course, you are experiencing something new, you are revealing something new, you are going on a next level and so on. You're on a quest. And the same goes for typical e-learning courses. Also, one very important thing is this personalization principle. I will explain later on, but maybe have you heard of a MOOC? term MOOC, Massive Open Online Courses. So these are the big courses that you can find on Coursera or Udemy. And of course, these cannot be personalized because they are meant to be for 50, 60,000 people. But if you're developing courses or some kind of content for your learners, for your students, your young people, youngsters, whoever you work with, and I'm sure you know most of them, it's easier than to, and it's, I think, more effective to kind of build personalized e-learning courses that they have this feeling that it's, this is really for me. This is really something that can be useful for me, and not something generalized, like communication in general. So, young person who is maybe starting college or university, who is 18 years old, like communication is a very broad term. So maybe they would really like to have some kind of course and material that is for them. Segmenting is also something that is quite popular right now, which is quite connected to the redundancy principle. Have you heard of micro-learning? So it's also it's a big buzzword right now in e-learning and in learning world in general. So it's a term that says try to give your learners short, small chunks of knowledge. And this came from YouTube and from YouTube videos, because most YouTube videos are, let's say, 5 to 10 minutes. Those explainer YouTube videos that you see, those are 5 minutes. And this is this is what keeps us focused. This is what keeps our concentration. If it's 5 minutes, yeah, I can look for 5 minutes. If it's more than 5 minutes, And so us who work in the sector, we realize, okay, if we create a 5-minute course with only basic stuff, it will keep the learner more engaged than if we create one that is 1 hour or 2 hours. And it became quite popular. I don't think that having micro-learning is effective for all topics. It's effective for some things, maybe if you want to explain some general term or big term like communication or presentation or giving feedback. But if you're really going deeper into some specific topic, 5 minutes is not enough. And I'm sure that topics that you cover with your students and your learners, you will know the best what is more suitable. But then what I personally do, when we have a lot of content, when a client gives us content, for example, for 10 hours of e-learning, which is quite a lot, 10 hours of e-learning is really a lot, then we divide it into small chunks. And then we make modules, let's say, or shorter lessons. So, you have lesson of 15 minutes, then when you're finished, you can take another lesson if you want, or you can take another one in the next couple of days. So I try to divide it into smaller chunks because I think it will be easily, the learner will digest it more easily. I think that's the word. So these are the principles. As I said, you can read them. This is something as I use it as a guideline. When we employ new people in our company, then we show them this, and we tell them, okay, this is just for you to look at it. Now go and explore. Why is this like that? But I think it's more useful. I think you've all seen these e-learning courses which are long and boring and have a bunch of text and you have to read. And there's some maybe 1 or 2 videos, and that's it. And I'm sure from my experience and me personally, when I learn something new, when I look at those courses, my concentration is 15 minutes. And after that, I'm just out. This is not interesting for me. I need to have this interaction with the screen, let's say. So here I put several basic terms. Some of these you maybe have seen or heard. Some of these not, perhaps. Have you heard of something which is called e-learning authoring tool? No. Okay. So these are specific softwares which have been developed in the last, let's say, 10 years that are specifically for developing e-learning content. I will name a few at the end in my last slide. Some of them are Articulate, you can Adobe. You heard about the Adobe Suite. Among other softwares that they have, they also have something which is called Captivate, Adobe Captivate, which is specifically for creating e-learning courses. And there's several others on the market as well. You can Google them and explore more. These are quite useful, I will say, because they have templates, so you don't have to create from scratch. You can just add pictures, videos, and some of these already have templates of interactive elements. So you can just add the content inside, and you don't have to create anything. I will just also point out that all of the authoring tools are paid, so none of them are free. And licenses go from, I would say, $500 per year and then higher. So it depends on really on what you need. Me personally, we as a company, we use Articulate as our primarily as our tool. Mobile learning, M-learning, e-learning when it started, and I would say up until 2015 was in 95% of the times was designed specifically for desktop computers. So computers, laptops, not for mobile phones. And then in 2015, this switch kind of happened because all the mobile phones went like this. Everybody started using it, and nowadays everybody has a mobile phone, and I'm sure that most of you use mobile phones for everything else, and you use computers for work. I know that I do it, and I know most of my friends do it, and my husband does it as well. So, and then somebody very smart said, okay, so if we are creating e-learning courses or content, why don't we create it for mobile phones? So if somebody is sitting in a bus or a train or is walking somewhere, young person can just go through some kind of video, some kind of content, and that's it. They don't need a desktop computer. And so this term M-learning or mobile learning became quite popular. I wouldn't say that it makes a big difference for the learner. It makes a bigger difference for you if you are the creator of the content, because then you have to make sure that the content is responsive. And especially if you're creating both for the computer and for the mobile phone, then you have to create two types of graphics and so on. So this is more important for the creator. For the learner, I think it's basically the same thing. Everything we make these days, it's responsive. LMSs. Have you heard of LMS? Learning Management System. I think it's a very important term in e-learning. LMS is a platform or a software which allows professionals or whoever is conducting some kind of training or seminar to track, analyze, and monitor the learners. So if you put a video on a YouTube, let's say, explainer video of 5 minutes, where you explain what debating is, let's say, you will only be able to perhaps see how many views you have, right? And maybe, depending on which kind of account you have, you will be able to see the demographics of the people. However, usually, us who are working in education, you need more data. You need to know up until where did a certain person start their education, where did they stop, if you have a quiz, for example, or a test, did they finish the test, how much score, which score did they get, and so on. And this is what we use LMSs for. So LMS is basically the place where you put your content, your course, your material, and then the LMS tells you everything about the learner. I will give you more detail about LMSs later on, but it's usually when we talk about creating e-learning, we always mention LMS with it. Because my second question after synchronous and asynchronous is, where are you going to put the course? You can always put the course on your website, but that's it. You will not see who went through the course, did they finish it, did they solve the quiz, and so on and so on. It will just be online. Every other data that you need, you can use the LMS. Big companies, institutions as well. Corporations use LMSs because they want to see about their employees, if they finish some kind of training and so on. Schools use Moodle. Moodle is an LMS. It's simple as that. And it's still quite popular. HTML5, as you can see, it's a type of internet language which helps us to create cool interactive content. I would say up until 5 years ago, most of us used Adobe Flash. Adobe Flash is not something that is popular. It doesn't offer support anymore. So all of us kind of switched to HTML5. But if you're using authoring tools, this is not something that is important to you. Because I'm trying to explain this not in more technical terms, but more in terms of, from the perspective of an educator, if you're going to create courses. So that you do not need a programmer to create a simple course. Storyboard. Storyboard, basically, when you're making a movie, blockbuster for theaters, you need to first you create a storyboard. So it's a bunch of small pictures which tells you what will happen on the screen. So it's easier later on for the director, for the actors, and so on to create that scene. We do the same thing in e-learning. So what will happen on each screen? Because it's much more productive and effective to plan like this than to go just as we go along through the process. Storyboard is also something that when we work with clients, when we work with educators and teachers, we ask them to tell us, to give us all the possible material that they want, to give us all the pictures that they have, videos, whichever multimedia they have, and to tell us wherever each of these pictures has to go. I don't know. For example, now at this moment, we are creating e-learning courses for the NGO, which is working with snakes. So it's an education about snakes. I don't know anything about snakes, literally nothing. So if they have to give me the material and they have to tell me, okay, this picture has to go here. This video is explaining this type of text. And this is what creates a storyboard. And also, as I mentioned, massive open online courses, MOOCs. They started with Coursera and Udemy, which were the first, I would say, big platforms. Today you have many of them. They have their pluses and minuses, these MOOCs. As I Googled before this speech, I realized that most of them are being paid. So, and it's quite a good money now. Have you seen those ads on Facebook for masterclass, where Robert De Niro is teaching you how to act and so on? I'm sure you all seen it. Well, I mean, now these courses are $200, $300, which is maybe a small amount for Americans, but it's not for somebody else. So I remember in 2013, back when I was still in college, in the university, on Coursera, you could get a really good course for maybe $10, $15. Now they're all $200, $300. So it's kind of, it's good money. Somebody realized that. And also they're not personalized. And you really need to have a good level of self-discipline to go through these. And they are not like 10 hours of e-learning. Most of these courses are a couple of weeks. And then you get homeworks and you get some assignments every week and so on. So, I mean, I tried personally. I'm not a big fan of MOOCs, but I do understand the point of them. In Europe, especially in youth work, have you all heard of Salto? Salto, well, whoever's in youth work should know about Salto. Salto has their own MOOCs on their Hop platform. Have you heard of Hop? Maybe. So Hop is their Moodle. They created their own LMS. They took Moodle and they made it into Hop. And so on Hop you can find really nice MOOCs on youth work, I don't know, project management and so on. So you can Google that up. And I don't know if they're asynchronous or asynchronous, so I'm not sure if you have to be at a certain time with the speaker and the teacher, or can you go through them when you want, but please check that out. So these are the basic terms that I will be using. and everybody else would be using. So whenever you are searching anything or trying to explore the topic of e-learning, you will find some of these terms. Online learning systems. When I speak of e-learning, and when I always say that social media is e-learning. And then always everybody's like, no, it's not, you're not right, social media. I don't agree. I have all social media profiles and platforms on wherever, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, Facebook, and I learn through them. So for example, when I decided to invest into cryptocurrencies 2 years ago, I didn't know anything about it. And I find that it was much easier for me to learn about it through Twitter than to some blogs and some specific websites. So if you follow the right people and right things on social media, that of course, if you are following some stupid stuff, then of course you will not learn anything. But I always say that social media is a type of social learning. Definitely, I would recommend, if you can, to put it into your e-learning courses somehow. But I will explain that later on. So you have e-learning websites such as Coursera, Udemy, Khan Academy. You have LMSs, different LMSs. I think I linked this just to see which I have. So I have Teachable here. Moodle, you can always download, it's free. Blackboard as well, you can use, which is also free. But then you have other paid LMSs, but I will explain later on. And peer-to-peer learning, where you enable young people, especially, to learn from each other. For example, Reddit. Reddit is an excellent platform for that. You can create a subreddit on a certain topic, and then you can allow young people to communicate, to post some comments, and so on. So it's not just that you need to create e-learning course in a specific authoring tool. You can be really, really creative. So everything that is digital, electronic, then it's considered e-learning. So let's talk about LMSs, because I realized from my experience that this is something where everybody gets confused. So why do we need this? What's the point of LMS? So here I kind of I listed the features that are mostly needed today. So when you're looking for an LMS, and I would highly recommend you get one. If you're going to create e-learning courses and if you're going to do some e-learning activities, I would highly recommend that you get it, especially if you're doing projects on a European level, Erasmus Plus and other projects, where you need to have a track, when you need to have some sort of reporting, even for the donator, and then it's easier to have an LMS, and you can just go into the backend and see everything. So my clients list usually these as the most important features, so that it has some kind of interactive environment, that it offers you simplified learning process, it has easy upgrades. Of course, tracking and reporting features. This is the most important thing. It kind of has a centralized learning. Users want to click as less as possible. So if you have an LMS, they don't want to have something complicated where they have to find and look on the screen, where do I have to click? Simple as possible. Click, click, and my course is opened, and that's it. Then it's up to you as an educator, as a teacher, to see everything, all the other data in the background. But for them, simple as possible. I have also listed here couple of other things that maybe you should know. So the difference between an open source and a commercial LMS, Moodle is not user-friendly. Whoever has used Moodle, have you used Moodle? Any of you? Raise your hand, please. Okay, a couple of you have. So if you have seen Moodle on its most simplified design, it's quite ugly, I have to admit. It's not user-friendly. Even for me, and I'm an IT person, when I open it, I'm like, where do I have to click here? And so this is the kind of, you can take Moodle, and then if you have a good programmer, you can design it to look very cool. based on your needs. But then you need to have a programmer, and then you need to pay that person as well, and you need to have somebody who will maintain it, help you maintain it. But if you have a commercial LMS, then it's basically you don't have to do anything. You just open an account and you import people inside, and that's it. LMSs, paid LMSs, commercial ones, they charge you from either they charge you for, let's say, $4 or $5 per month per person, which is quite expensive if you have 1,000 learners. Or they have based on how many learners you have. So for example, you pay $1,000 if you have 500 learners per year. So they can get quite expensive. And they're usually meant for corporations and big institutions. So they're not very much for NGOs. And this is why NGOs and schools usually decide for Moodle. Also, there's the difference between if you install the LMS on your computer, which is old-fashioned way, so I wouldn't recommend it. But if you use cloud-based solutions, so they are on your browser, I think that's a good way for, those are good solutions today. So I would definitely recommend using that. And then again, I took this a few days ago. I read it on the internet. So these are the top features to look in your new LMS. So reports and analytics, responsive design, so you can use it on the computer and on tablet as well, and on mobile phone. That it has a nice user interface, that it has some kind of gamification features. And of course that it has some kind of social learning support, which means that, for example, you can have some sort of forum, and then people comment, share, and so on. So it's you support interaction between learners as well, because you want to keep them engaged on the site. And I've listed this, even though this is not really important for everybody else who's working outside of the sector. These are support types. Maybe you will find somewhere these terms: SCORM, AICC, and TINCAN. In 90s, American universities started to develop e-learning courses, while on the other hand, you had companies who developed LMSs, Moodle and other stuff. And they realized that once you create a course, it doesn't communicate with an LMS, because those are two different programs. And so they said, okay, we need some kind of standard type, some kind of format which will enable these to communicate. And this is when SCORM came into the story. And SCORM, even though it's very old and very outdated, is still quite popular today. And then when you create courses, especially if you use authoring tools, when you export the course, because you're preparing it for the LMS, you will be asked in which format do you want to download. I recommend everybody to use TINCAN. TINCAN is the latest addition into this group. It supports HTML5, and it's the easiest. And most of the LMSs use and communicate using TINCAN. But I'm sure you will see this term, so this is why I'm just posting it. This is not something that you need to go too much into the specifics. Do you have any questions about LMSs? Now is the time. Okay, I will have a short Q&A afterwards, so you can always ask whatever you want. The process of developing e-learning courses. I would say this is just the basics of project management. Have you heard of ADDIE? The first one. It's used quite a lot in project management, in general one. So if you're going through some kind of course about project management, then you might see ADDIE. So we personally use something between ADDIE and rapid prototyping. So these are just methodologies, I would say. You can find them online wherever you want, but I've listed them. Just to kind of give you an idea of how can you use different methodologies to develop your learning courses. ADDIE is still most popular methodology, even though it's the oldest one. So basically it says you do the analysis part. So you take a bunch of material and you analyze what is needed, what is necessary, what is redundant, and so on. Then you'd say, okay, let's design. So you create a storyboard. This will go on this screen, this will go this. If we have some pictures, multimedia, where everything will go. Then you go to development phase, where you put it all together using different tools. And then you do the implementation part, where you give it out to your learners. Maybe you have some testers, some people who will test your course, which is always a good idea. And after the implementation part, you do the evaluation. You see, okay, this was good, this was not. If you ask for feedback from your learners, they will usually tell you, especially if they're young people, they will always tell you this was good, this was bad, this was boring. And then you will know, okay, what needs to be upgraded, what needs to be changed, and so on. So it's quite clear, the whole process with the ADDIE, depending, of course, on how long your course is and your material is. I mean, it can take up to several months to do this, or it can take up to several days. SAM, Rapid Instructional Design and Rapid Prototyping are three terms or methodologies that came from IT sector, I think it's quite clear. So it basically says that you're working in different iterations. So you create something, and then you give it out to testers or your client to revise it and to say, okay, this is good, let's change this. Then you go back and then you do change that, and so on and so on. So it depends on who you're working with. If you're working with some kind of, let's say, old school organizations or learners or educators, I think ADDIE is more effective. But if you're working with somebody who is, self-paced, who is more fast-paced, or who has some sort of experience in IT or design or using digital tools, then I think rapid prototyping or SAM it will be much more suitable. So these are just basic terms that you will need to know. If you go deeper into this topic, then I think it will be more interesting to develop and learn more about it. And now, where did you? Okay, so actually this is my last slide, and I think this is something that you're all looking for after I finish with the theory. I've listed here all the most popular tools for different aspects of this. So where to start? If you want to have ready-made courses, as I mentioned, I listed some of these: Khan Academy, Coursera, Udemy, and so on. You cannot download these courses. So you can only tell your learners, your students, here is the link, go and do this course. That's it. You cannot download and put it on your LMS or on your website and so on. As I said, mostly these are paid. Maybe if you have, I don't know, young person who is not financially good, who doesn't have enough money, but really wants to go through some specific course, maybe you as an NGO or an association can help them and then pay for the course, which is also nice. But other than that, that's it. Now, if you want to create your own learning, first you have to create some content, of course. So either you will use authoring tools, which will do basically everything for you. So you can use Articulate, you can use Captivate, you can use Easy, you can use Edmodo. I mean, there are a bunch of them on the market. Articulate and Captivate are the most popular, most famous ones, and you have to pay the license for all of them, depending on how many users you have, and so on and so on. As I said, we personally use Articulate. We as a company, we use Articulate because it's easiest for us. Captivate is nice. It's a very nice tool, but it has a very, very steep learning curve, like all Adobe softwares. I mean, if you want to start using Illustrator or Photoshop, I mean, it will take some time for you to get a hand of it. And so it's the same thing with Captivate. Is Easy is quite nice also. It's a bit more simple than Articulate, but it has really good interactive elements. Yes. As an expert in this, I would be very happy if I can use all of these together and then take take specific elements from each. Unfortunately, I can't, because all of them have some good sides and bad sides. I did have a discussion a couple of weeks ago with a colleague of mine, and we discussed that all of these authoring tools are quite old in IT terms. They're all from early 2000s up to 2010. And then some of them, most of them upgrade. They add certain features, but other than that, nothing's really changed. And I really expected, especially when Corona started and when this whole e-learning thing kind of went global, I really expected that there's going to be something new on the market, something more modern, let's say, but it didn't happen. So I'm not sure what will happen with these authoring tools, but so far, I mean, they are quite useful, at least for me, and I think it will be useful for you. So Articulate license, I can say for that, is $1,000 per year, per user. But you can always have one license, and then people just log in. And they have a very nice 2-month trial period. So, I mean, 60 days is quite enough for you to create a course, have fun, check it out, what can be done. You will see if you try to use it, but I will just quickly point out, it has 2 different tools. One is Storyline, and the other is Rise. Storyline is a desktop-based application. So you download it on your computer, and then you use it. It's quite robust. It's not really user-friendly, but it has a lot of possibilities. So you can really create whatever you want in it. It looks kind of like a PowerPoint. Rise, their other tool, is web-based, cloud-based, and it works like a template. So you have everything inside, and you just add text, you upload the picture, and so on. So you cannot change the basic design, but it's quite easy to share. So once you create a course, you just click publish, and you share the link with whoever you want. So, I mean, depends on what you need, who are your users, but I think personally for me it's quite a good tool. Powtoon, Animoto, Clideo, have you heard of these? Yes, I'm sure you have. So these are the tools for creating videos. We use all of these depending on what we need. Powtoon is a very nice tool, I would say. It also works like a template. You have a bunch of templates and designs, and you just add a text or a character. If you want to create, for example, explainer videos or whiteboard videos, when you see this hand writing on the screen. So I think they're quite cool. They look nice. They're quite appealing to the eye, easy to create. And then once you create those videos, you can put them in your course. Canva, Adobe, Visme, and a bunch of others. Illustrator, Photoshop, those are tools for graphics, for different pictures. So if you want to create a graphic specifically for the topic of your course, you can use these. And then I'm sure you've heard about Kahoot, Prezi, Padlet, Jamboard. Those became very popular in the last 2 years. And yes, I've heard that, yes. Because I remember a few years ago when I started using it, it was free. And now you have to pay for Kahoot. I think Padlet also, you have some free version. After 3 Padlets, you have to pay. Yes. Good old days when everything was free before Corona. Jamboard is still free. I use it a lot for my online training courses. I think it's okay. I mean, it's not something special, but for what I need, a whiteboard or and Post-its, I think it's okay. Mentimeter, I'm sure you've seen it in different versions. So these are all interactive elements which can be added, uploaded, incorporated into your courses. So, I mean, it doesn't have to be added into the course. So, for example, if you create a course and then you ask, and at some point you say to a learner, please click on this link to explore the topic of non-formal learning. And then they click and they open, let's say, a Kahoot. And then on Kahoot, you create some sort of quiz or something. So it's interactive, and you engage the learner and you keep them concentrated on the course. So I think these two, there are a bunch of other tools, let's be honest. I mean, there are really a bunch of them, and you can use all of them, depending on what you also like. There are some really nice tools also for augmented reality as well. So, I mean, whatever is fun for you as well and for your learners. But again, also keep in mind that for some of these, you need to have a good internet connection. And if you're working with young people who are from rural areas, or maybe they don't have the adequate equipment, because, for example, Jamboard on the mobile phone is not really the best solution. And if you have a young person who doesn't have a computer and they only have a mobile phone, maybe it's not the best way. So you have to keep in mind all those things all the time. Like, oh, do they have good internet? Do they have all the equipment? When are they going to go through it? And so on and so on. So, for example, last year we were working for UNICEF, and it was for their education of doctors who and nurses in the hospitals who gynecologists and everybody who's working with women issues, and they said, okay, we want to create an e-learning course for them, and I asked them, okay, so when do you expect them to go through that e-learning course? And they said, while they work. And I was like, okay, you realize that a gynecologist or a nurse who is working on giving birth to many children during the day doesn't really have the time to sit down and go through 10 hours of e-learning. And they said, we didn't think about that. Well, I think that's quite important, if you really want to have a good engagement rate and success rate, they have to think about these things. So we decided to change and completely focus and enable them to go through the course on their off time. And we gave them more time. So instead of a month, we gave them 6 months to go through the course because, it will be easier in 6 months than 1 month. So again, keep in mind all these little details. For synchronous learning, I think you're familiar with all of these. Zoom, we all know what Zoom is. Google Hangouts, I think they have a new tool right now. Google Meet, yes. So they have Google Meet, so I think it's the same thing as Google Hangouts. Microsoft Teams, GoToMeetings, Nearpod. Nearpod is quite a cool tool. I think they started before Corona, but during Corona times they became quite popular. You can Google it. It has cool features. If you want to, change things a bit instead of Zoom, which is, now it became quite boring to everybody. Nearpod can be a good solution. And then also, if you're doing, for example, mixed or blended e-learning, and then you give some sort of introduction material or a course to your learners, which is, let's say, 15, 20 minutes, and then you tell them, okay, you have a week to go through this, and then next Monday we meet on Nearpod for a 2-hour session. And then after that, you give them a homework, which is also asynchronous, and so on and so on. And then for the distribution of e-learning, which means that how you're going to distribute, how you're going to show this course to everybody. So, as I said, these are Moodle and Blackboard as free open source LMSs, but you also have LearnDash. LearnDash is something that we use a lot. It's an LMS developed specifically for WordPress, which basically means that you can put it on your website if it's based on WordPress. And then you can change your website into LMS, into e-learning platform. I think the license for 1 year is $350. It has its good sides and bad sides. Of course, everything connected to WordPress, it's a bit of a risk. If you have been using with WordPress. But I think it's a good solution if you don't want to go big into any big investment, because Totara, Talent LMS, Learn-Upon are all commercial LMSs, which are really nice, really good, but you have to pay a good amount of money for them. And LearnDash, it's simple. We put it for most of our clients. They already have a website on WordPress. Okay, we will just put it as a plugin. maybe do some changes in the design, and then you just put the courses on it. And then we create the courses in Articulate, we export them, and then we put them on LearnDash on WordPress. This is basically how we do the whole thing. And of course, I mean, you can use social media. If you create some sort of short learning video, YouTube, Facebook, and I put TikTok, because I've heard that you all work with young people. And how many of you have TikTok account? Don't be shy, come on. I have it. TikTok can be very efficient, I have to say. If you're trying to reach young people, and trust me, I think 90% of them have TikTok accounts, I think it can be quite a good way to reach young people. I mean, you have to create a video up to 1 minute, so it's really, you know, how creative you are. But I think it's a really nice way to reach young people. And especially, I mean, they are already on TikTok. So if you give them, you tell them, okay, we created e-learning courses for you. So that already sounds serious, sounds formal, you know, and then they're already in resistance. And then you give them a link, and they have to open a link, and then they have to register with their email address. Most of them don't have an email address. And then once they go in, they don't know where is what, where do they have to click? Oh, is this a course? What is this? But if you create a 1 minute short video on TikTok, it's going to reach them anyhow. So they don't have to switch platforms or change or anything. And, you know, I would personally use it. I would recommend it, especially to NGOs. So I've seen, for example, lately, the church in Croatia is using it a lot. So there are a lot of young priests on TikTok. So, I mean, if they can use it, why can't the rest of us? So, yeah. Okay, so I finished quite early. Basically, this is it. So this is the introduction to e-learning, as fast as possible, with all the basic terms that I think you should know. There's a lot more in the background, but if you really want to go into this whole thing, I mean, you will have to do some research, and you will have to explore. Of course, you can always contact me or anybody who you know who has more experience in this area. But other than that, these are the basic things that you would have to know. So, do you have any questions? We can discuss. I always like to discuss. Yes. Wait. I have to give you the microphone because of the people on the stream.
So my question is, when we tried and when we are trying to create any kind of e-learning content, kind of an issue we run into, and I realize it's probably a difficult question to answer, but maybe just provide your insight on it, is that when we're used to normal lectures or normal education that we do in person, a lot of the way that we kind of present our content, and that's probably because we're kind of come from a debate background, is that, you know, we have an interactive discussion with the learners. So there may be like a final. There may be a final like structure of content that I want to get to. For example, what is the structure of an argument? That is the end result of what I want to get to. But I don't get to that by, you know, writing the elements on the board and then telling the kids about them. I ask the kids, what do you think are parts of an argument? And then we together, through my, you know, guiding them, we get to the final structure of what I want to actually tell them. And I think that's a very good way. It's interactive. You know, it makes the kids, it makes me use the words that the kids already understand, etc. And obviously, especially if I'm doing it like on Zoom, right? That of course can work, but in the like asynchronous, I hope is the right word. This is much more difficult to achieve. So, do you have maybe any suggestions, like purely technologically, how we can create this content in such a way that I can kind of make the content react a little bit to what they're saying, and, you know, adapt to that.
Okay, so I wanted to. What the hell? Where is this? Oh, there it is. Sorry, just a second. I wanted to show you something. Where did you run away? Okay, so I work as a trainer for Croatian National Agency that promotes Erasmus Plus program, And I work also for EVS volunteers or European Solidarity Corps volunteers. And I implement together with Bojan on-arrival training courses and midterm training courses. And so when Corona started, we were in the same position as everybody else. Like, we have to do these courses, but we didn't know what to do. And we created most of them on Zoom. And so, as you said, Zoom session, two per day. I talk, I give them some Jamboard, then I give them some task, they write something we discussed and so on. So basically as everybody else. And then I suggested, okay, let's take 2 topics and create 2 courses and test. See how, instead of Zoom, how they will react on this. This is one of these courses. It's a topic of intercultural learning. In the last year and a half, we have it on all online on arrivals. And this is usually the best graded part of the whole course. So it's a 5-day course on Zoom where we really try to keep them engaged, and it's fun. I would say it's fun, but this is usually the best part for them. And this is created in Articulate Rise. So just to give you an idea of how it looks. And so introduction to differences. So, for example, I wanted to start with something very easy, to explain this whole topic of interculturalism. And so, how different people, how different nations express animal sounds. Maybe you're not aware, but we don't, not everybody in the world says woof woof for a dog. And so this is quite a cool video. And I think not many people know this. And so video is quite familiar for everybody. They know how to open it. And, I think it's a good way to start for the interactivity. And then it was, how do you imitate animal sounds? And I'm sure if you're sitting at home where nobody is watching you, you will start, okay, how do I, for dog, I go woof woof, and then for cat, I go meow. So you will try to compare yourself. So everybody would do that. It's psychological stuff. Then we also did it with the pictures. So again, another form of interactivity. You have to click on something. And then, when you click, it's bigger, you zoom it, and so on. Again, so. Then we have an exercise. So what we asked them, you all work in youth work, so in youth sector, so you know what the cultural backpack is, I guess. So we asked them to create their own cultural backpack. And once they create it, they have to add it into Google Drive. So it's very simple for them. They can do it on the mobile phone. And then I go through their backpacks. And then we, again, communicate and discuss later on, what did you put in your backpack and so on. So instead of using Jamboard all the time, or Mentimeter, we kind of reverse the whole process. So again, it's still interactive. They have to draw. They have to take the paper and draw something on their desk. And says, okay, please, when you're finished, please put it in the Google Classroom or Google Docs. And so this is how we wanted to have this. Yes. Then we asked them here, we name several aspects of culture, and then they have to drag and drop it into visible or hidden element. So, tempo of work, if it's visible, and they have to guess. So dressing and fashion, it's visible. So again, it's interactive. They have interaction with the screen. They're not just looking at the screen and that's it, it's not boring. And so this is not being evaluated or tested. This is just as an exercise. But I think it's quite a cool way to keep them engaged. Then we have all these topics and these terms. And then we have Onion. For Onion, I decided to use the Shrek. Instead of, you can find a bunch of videos for Onion on YouTube. But I think Shrek is kind of cool, fun, it's not boring. And it explains Onion very well. And so this is why I put that instead of some serious explainer video of 10 minutes, And yes, and then we created this label graphic where they have to click here, and then it explains them what is in each layer of. This is a predefined element on Rise. So I only had to create this picture of the circles. So I just uploaded the picture and added the pluses. So it's really, this is not some kind of hardcore programming. This is very, very simple. So, and as you can see, and then again, pictures, click and reveal, find something new. Ah yes, stereotypes and prejudices, also something young people, I'm sure all of you can find a bunch of these on 9gag and Reddit and somewhere on the internet. And this is always fun, you know. They don't expect something from an institution such as a Croatian national agency, so it kind of loosens up the atmosphere. And then we have a text. But as you can see, I mean, I can write a lot about discrimination and prejudices, but I wanted to keep it simple. Few sentences. If you want to explore more, go Google yourself, you know. Let's not waste time. So what else I have here? Ah yes, stages of cultural adaptation. Again. And basically that's it. So as you can see, yes, here they have to explore the steps of intercultural learning, and then when they click, it reveals. And so this is the example, I guess I would say, I'm trying to answer your question, is that instead of using Zoom and Jamboard, and you know, you ask, they write, you discuss, this is short, I mean, they can go through this in 15-20 minutes, so this is really short. And I would say from my perspective, it's quite interesting, especially if you're not familiar with the topic. So the type of e-learning, yes. Any other questions? You can ask whatever you want. It doesn't have to be with about e-learning. Yeah, so this is one example of our course, one of our courses, but I'll try to maybe show you something else, which is in English. And I do not have much. Ah, yes, let's try with this. So we created this for University of Erlangen in Germany and for University of Glasgow for their new doctoral PhD students who are going into the topic of pancreatic cancer. So they hired a bunch of young PhDs who have experience in medicine, of course, in biotechnology, but they're not quite familiar with pancreatic cancer, and they're trying to specialize in that topic. And they asked us to create 3 modules. I mean, I don't even have to mention that I have zero knowledge about pancreatic cancer. And they gave us a bunch of materials in PowerPoint. So it was just text, some pictures which nobody understands, some research and so on. So for me, it was, when I looked at it, and I don't know anything about it, it was really boring for me to look at it. And I was constantly thinking, okay, what can we do to make it more cool, more interactive, more interesting, especially because those are young people. And so we created it like this. So here is the navigation, so that the learner can know what to click, where to click. And then we decided, so at the beginning, they have to open this picture when it tells them this is the pancreas, this is the stomach, and so on and so on. But I wanted to do it, okay, let's see how the internet will help us. I wanted to put it on a higher level. And so we decided to take this 3D animation, which I didn't create. I bought it from Sketchfab, which is a website where you can find a bunch of 3D animations. And so the user can, with their mouse, can click and open. So this is how your pancreas looks like, if you didn't know. And then here is some kind of text, you know, the elements of pancreas and so on. And I think it's much more effective than the picture. Picture is nice, but this gives you a better understanding of how really the pancreas looks like, I would say. And the feedback is really nice. I mean, they said they didn't expect this, to have a 3D animation. If you want to create 3D animations from scratch, they're really expensive because, you know, the animators are So I'm going to just to show you. I mean, but this is, and so you can see here they can circle around the veins, aortas, and so you can see. And so I think for the future doctor who's probably going to deliver operations on patients, I think this is much more effective. So as you can see, you know, I'm trying to be creative in the whole process. I could have just left the picture, the first one, which is quite ugly comparing to this. So, but I don't think it would give the whole clear picture of the pancreatic organ or cancer, and so on. And so, I mean, I can show you what we did later on, but this is just to give you an idea of how can you play around with everything there is on internet and all different tools. So for example, again, they have to click here to open something new. You know, when you click here, you can see the cells. I mean, just to show you an example. So again, I'm trying to make something interactive on every screen. So it's not just some boring text. And then here is, I don't know, and then something that is moving on the screen that catches your eye, different colors. I mean, here for this part, they gave us like a bunch of text, a bunch of it. And then I was reading the text and I was like, why does somebody, they don't need to know this. This is not essential. So if you remember this redundancy principle that I explained, that I mentioned, it's like, if it's really not necessary, just take it out. You know, nobody will say, oh, I really miss the numbers and percentages of how many people died or of different kind of cancers. So it's not something that is completely necessary. Again, here they have to guess the factors that are affecting the pancreatic cancer. So it's, again, drag and drop. So they have to guess what is the modifiable and what is a non-modifiable factor. I mean, they can try, so they can play around with it. So I think it's also quite cool. And then if they click here, they can find some extra numbers, information, and so on. So again, interactive as much as possible on every screen. And this is a completely asynchronous course. So they have no contact with their professors or teachers. They were given, I think, 2 months to go through all 3 modules, which was more than enough. And the feedback was really nice, really good. I mean, they said they didn't expect it. It gave them basic information to start their work. It gave them, they had enough time to go through it. And I would say the only problem with asynchronous learning is self-discipline. If you start a course, you really need to be motivated to finish it. And that depends on other factors in adult education, as well as working with young people, is that, you know, what is your motivation for going through some course or some kind of seminar or some kind of material? Was it just to get a, I don't know, promotion? Is it just to get a good grade? Is it something more intrinsical, like I really want to learn about this? Of course, if you have more intrinsical motivation, it's more likely that people will finish the course. You know, if I really want to learn about pancreatic cancer for myself, I don't know, because somebody in my family got sick, then of course that I will go through it and finish it. But if it's just for me to, I don't know, get a high five from my boss, well, you know, I might not be that motivated. And then it really has to be cool, sexy, fun course for me to finish it. But as I said, you know you're a learner, so it will be easier for you to be aware and know do they need synchronous or asynchronous learning or blended? Yes. Yes. Cool and sexy. Yes, those are my buzzwords always.
So I'm just wondering, like because it seems that the element of novelty is a lot of it contributes to the success in, you know, making it cool and sexy learning experience and for the students to be satisfied. So I'm wondering, like, maybe from your experience, like when does this die off? Like, is it like, are you thinking this class, the sustainability of such, you know, like designed courses is like, are you thinking, is this a 2-year, 3-year, and then we would do a revision? So I'm wondering, like, maybe how do you revise and go back to the courses that are already designed, and what kind of, Yeah, this is more or less my question.
When I look at my courses from, let's say, 4 or 5 years ago, I think this is so sad. Like, how could you make this? But at that moment, I thought they were really, really cool. What we are trying to do, we do not use the latest technology because we don't have the money. For example, we don't use simulations and virtual reality because it's really expensive, really, really expensive. And this is something that is newest in the e-learning. So I know that kids, small kids, in maybe primary school or high school in America, in nursery classes, are being taught anatomy through virtual reality. So they put the glasses on, and they see the whole body of the person, human being, and then they can walk around it, they can touch it. When they touch the hand, you can see the veins, the muscles, and so on. So I think it's really cool, really, effective, especially for a young person, than to just look at the picture like this. I mean, this is just illustration. So I would say, as long as we are going every steps forward in the technology and multimedia, what it offers us, I think e-learning is just going to be more fun, more sexy, I would say, yeah. Because at the beginning, 5-10 years ago, I mean, we were 10 years ago, e-learning was PowerPoint. I remember my colleague who was working in the bank at that moment, and they had we are having online course, and they sent us a PowerPoint through email. And that was like, oh my God, they were so innovative. Yeah, Now when you look at it, I mean, seriously, PowerPoint. So, I mean, even for doctors, when I gave them 3D animation, which is not something really, cutting edge technology. I mean, we have 3D animations for years. And they were like, wow, we can look through pancreas from all sorts of angles. So it's fun. At the end, we are all kids, and we want to have fun. Even at the training course. I mean, there's a reason why in youth work we use post-its and markers and colorful papers, because we want to act like kids, And this type of education where you sit is boring. And it's the same with the screen. So even if they give us cooler education, cooler technology, I would use it. I would put it.
And the budget for it.
And the budget for it, yes. In Croatia, unfortunately, nobody has the budget for it. In Europe, some institutions, NGOs, no. Schools definitely don't have any money for that kind of education. But America, yes. But it's coming to us. It's coming to us, but slowly. We are 4 or 5 years late, which is fine, I would say. You have a question?
Just a small one, because you mentioned America, and I was wondering if they have the money in public schools. I mean, how widespread is it I mean, I would imagine in private universities they have the funds for it, but I'm not sure if in most schools they have access to. That would be extraordinary, but I don't think so.
Yeah, no, not in public schools. I mean,
Okay.
they have in private schools. They have a much larger network of private schools, high schools than rest of us here in Europe. That's the thing. Private schools have the money.
Okay, so it's only a question of private.
Yes. From my experience, yes. What I saw is that the public schools, at least those that have more money, depending on where they're located, they have tablets. I would say they motivate teachers to create courses with Kahoots and that stuff. But I think it's quite similar to us. I don't know about your countries where everybody's coming from. I know in Croatia, especially now with Corona, kids are given tablets. Teachers are instructed to create courses. In the last year or so, I've been doing a lot of teaching and educating the teachers on how to create courses, because for most of them it was science fiction. I believe it's not now. So I think it's similar situation as it is in Croatia. I think it's similar with all your countries, I guess. So we are slowly getting there. But I mean, it's nice what we are trying to do, but. Our children, you start to use YouTube at the age of 2. So once they reach 6, 7 years old and they start primary school, I think they're much more computer literate than the rest of us. And so, we give them tablet and we give them PowerPoint. And we think that's e-learning, while our children, play World of Warcraft with graphic cards that are like 3 times stronger than those tablets. So, I mean, of course, it's the funding stuff. We cannot fund those things. This type of e-learning that we created for the universities, it was quite expensive, to be honest. I mean, and the design and everything, you just saw a couple of slides. I mean, it's quite a big education. But I don't know. As much as I have the money, I would like to play around.
Thank you.
As much as possible. Yeah.
So I have a very quick question. Is not Corona actually the best time of e-learning and the course at the same time? Because 2 years we spent in front of computers, right? Kids for 8 hours or longer. Then they were studying in front of computers. The same, it's regarding me, for example, when I see a very interesting course and it's again online, I'm like, nah, come on, I was just working for 8 hours a day, and my eyes are tired, I'm tired. So what would you say is going to be in near future? Should we balance it more? And what really people are expecting, what expectations? Did you had clients which were saying, yeah, we need a new e-learning course, but could you make it more balanced? Could you also create it in this way that we can make it half-half?
Yes. I think the future is blended learning. Not blended e-learning, but blended learning, in terms that you will have face-to-face, especially when we're talking about schools, and then it will be just backed up with some type of e-learning. I would say 30% of the materials and the content will be online, because it's more practical, I would say, but the rest of it will be classical school face-to-face, or training courses as well. I know that the training courses that I'm developing now, and all of my training courses that I do in the last 3 years are blended. So we have face-to-face, we meet for 2 or 3 days. So it's, before Corona, we would have training courses which would be 8 days, for example. Now we have it for 4. But all the rest of 4 days, I give them in this form. And I think it's kind of, the feedback is okay. It suits people, It's a good balance. But as you said, the thing is that whenever they call us, for example, in this case of this pancreatic cancer, so we created this, but this was like only 1% of the education of these PhDs. So this was just an introduction to the topic. They've been working on pancreatic cancer for the last year, and in the laboratory with microscope and everything. So I'm talking about e-learning, but I would say in all the projects that I'm working on, it's really a small part of the whole learning process. It's my experience also with Croatian Debating Society. I've been working with Bojan for many years now, and whatever we are creating, I would say it's 5 to 10% of the whole learning process. Everything else is face-to-face. Yeah, and I think that's the future. Because we realize now with Corona is that going completely online is not the solution, as you say, especially not for children who do not have the self-discipline. The rest of us who are older, we can say, I'm tired, that's enough. Kids don't. And this is definitely not healthy. So I'm not promoting it, just for me to have more money and a company, we should all go online. No, please don't. But I think it's a good way for some things. Also, e-learning is not for every topic. If you are trying to teach welders, what welding is, when you have to put 2 pipes together, how are you going to teach them online? They have to take the tools and do it by themselves, So I can give them maybe some theoretical input, maybe show them examples, but other than that, they have to do it by themselves. So everything that is connected with hands-on work, you have to do it practically.
Okay. And very quick question again. So from September onwards, we're going to have a project with seniors, 65 plus.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love those.
Try to have a debate project with them. And I was thinking, how would you classify seniors? Of course, in the country probably it's different. However, in Poland, I would say they are really, really open towards technology. And what would be a suggestion? Which platforms, from your experience, are somehow most favorable by seniors?
Yes, that was going to be my first question. How are they going to access it? So if they have mobile phones, which I assume they have, because everybody has one, I would definitely go on mobile phones. So I would not even create something for the computer, because I think most of them don't have computers. So it has to be something very short, very simple, with less. You will not put 3D animations because they would not know how to use it. So it would be more text, pictures, and videos. So basic. Yes, definitely large font, and I would create it in Articulate Rise. Because it's the intercultural learning one that you saw, it's created in Articulate Rise, and it's quite clean, as you can see, so it's not too much on the screen. And it depends. If you do not need an LMS, if you do not need to track them, you can just put it on your website, and they just click, and it opens, and that's it. But I mean, this is really just from my head, suggestion. But if you're going, you need to do. But I love 65 plus. We did, before Corona, because I work in IT and I work in STEM also, I thought that, people are, quite good in informatics and computers. People know how to use it. People know how to. And then when Corona started, I work for this one Croatian NGO that is promoting parenthood and birthing, natural birth, and so on. And they asked me, can we create an e-learning platform, which we did, and can we create courses for women, young women, or women who are about to give birth. So 3 months before giving birth, you can go through this course, and it gives you all the information that you need. And the course is quite cool, and they did it by themselves. So they said, can you just show us how to do it? And we want to do it ourselves. And I was like, okay, fine. And they really did, videos, bunch of infographics, how this looks like, what to carry with you in the hospital, and so on. And we had 10,000 learners in the first 6 months. So it was really popular. I think it's one of the biggest MOOCs in Croatia, which was not supposed to be a MOOC. But what we realized through that experience is that so many people don't know how to use computers and internet. And this was a younger generation. I mean, I would say from 20 to 35, young women who are about to give birth. And not all of them from rural areas. So I would say about 20%. The rest of them from big cities, Zagreb, Osijek, Split, I don't know. So I was expecting, and we had an evaluation at the end where we asked them what's the level of your education. Many of them were university level, and you should see the questions that we got. Like, so many of them didn't even know how to register on the platform, which was Facebook registration, username and password, email, and let alone how to open, how to click videos. I was really, really surprised about this. I didn't expect this. And that was kind of a slap to me as well, because I was like, okay, maybe you should just make it more simpler, and I mean, it was a good lesson, but I was really surprised. So this is, info maybe for the rest of you, just to, even if we sometimes think that young people also, they're playing games, they know how to use internet, and maybe they don't. Not everybody is computer literate. And just to maybe finish it off with the example from my own house, I work in IT. My husband didn't have an email up until 2 years ago because he didn't know how to open an email, and he's not an old man. So he didn't need it for his work. He works as a tennis coach, and he said, like, I need a mobile phone for online banking and visit Facebook sometimes, and that's it, and he didn't know anything about the rest of it, online ordering, science fiction, how to order on Amazon, or so, and then once I realized that, like, okay, so if I have, from my personal experience, something like this, and person who is not into this, Why would I expect everybody else to be like that? Just because I'm like that and I like computers and IT doesn't mean that everybody else. And especially if you're working with young people who live in rural areas, who live on a farm. Yes, he is actually. Just so you know, he is. Yeah, yeah. So he has to watch all of these and like, what is this? What am I looking at? And I'm just look. So yeah, but if, for example, I work a lot. I come from a rural area, so I live in Zagreb, but I come from a rural area, and I worked with those kids. They work on farms. They go to school and they come home and they work with cows and horses. Like they don't sit and play World of Warcraft or Minecraft or whatever kids play these days. They don't know how to use it. So I cannot expect a young 16-year-old, 70-year-old who doesn't know how to do it to articulate storyline and then click on 3D animation and open it. Of course, they're going to get confused. And the moment your learner is confused, they are in resistance. The moment they say, I don't know what to do, then it's like, and the difference is, when you are on a training course, if they don't want to be there, they have to get up and leave and open the door, and everybody will see them, and it's embarrassing. But if they're doing on a computer, just click X. So that's it. This is how fast you lose them. So, yeah. But on a happier note, I would say, it's a fun job. It's quite a creative one. It also a lot of job. It's quite a work. So if you're going to go into e-learning of any sort, I would recommend you create a team of people, not just one person, but maybe a couple of people. Definitely somebody who has a good eye for design, who can see if something is nice and so on. It will be easier for you, and don't expect to do it in a couple of days. You wouldn't, especially if you're doing it for the first time, you will need a couple of weeks. So it's a project. It's a project in itself. People kind of forget that. But it's a fun one. Yeah. No. So for the tools that I gave you, these are all online tools that you don't need a programmer for anything. Nothing. If you want a programmer, if you want something very posh and but for this on a basic level, it's really, you can do it with no problem. Yes. Ooh, okay. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you all so much for listening. If you have any questions, comments, feedback, I will stay here with you, and then we can chat. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Nikola, and I come from Institute for Social Research here in Zagreb. And I will present you today our research paper that's named the Debate Impact: Mapping Debate Education Research. It was done by my colleagues and me during the 2020. So the goal was to do desk research to create certain literature review of the papers related to debate and to see which topics are represented within these papers. So we collected 96 research papers, and all of them are in English, so they are focused on certain territories like United States, UK, and so on. And the goal was to see what is the current knowledge regarding the influence of debate in individual, political, and societal development of young people. We started from the presumption that formal education today faces certain challenges. So it has to educate citizens, a citizen who is able to think critically, to assess relevant information, to make connections among various topics, to develop their individual potentials and so on. And in a lot of cases, it doesn't find a way to fulfill this commitment. And also it has to equip these young people to face contemporary challenges such as globalization, mass migration, increase of culturally plural societies, ecological changes, and so on. And one of the solutions is non-formal education and debate as one of the methods within non-formal education. Non-formal education is relevant to real-life experiences. It adapts more easily than formal education to these experiences, and also assists participants in the programs to deal with these present problems and prepare them to cope with future ones. So certain result is this fusion between formal education and non-formal education. We see new forms of organization of education, reliance on diverse community resources, so cooperation between formal structures and non-formal education, usually done through certain NGOs. So the whole structure of this paper and this lecture today is the first one was how debate is conceptualized. So what is debate? Then what is the impact on individual development? What is the impact on political development of and civic education? And what is the impact on societal development? So you are all in debate, so I don't have to explain you what debate is, but but there are certain definitions that cover certain things within this literature. I think that I'm not sure if you see the words that are red. Okay. In first definition, the most important parts are that is all the teaching learning strategy, that there are certain established positions, that there are that during debate you try to find a solution to certain problem, and also that there is competitive debate. It usually is orally presented, and the goal is to persuade the listeners to agree with the certain position. In the second definition, the most important parts are that there are two opposing sides. So the same as in the first one, there are established positions. There are rules. It can be done in public, so in public meetings or assemblies, but also, and in these aspects, there are individuals and they freely choose sides. And on the other hand, there are competitions, so you have competitors, and they are assigned to a particular side for which they have to advocate. There, in literature, there see three categories of debate, or three surroundings where debate can be done. So the first one is classroom debate, the second one is argumentation and oral communication classes, and the third one is competitive debate. And we will go through each of these three and to see what are the certain elements and the characteristics. So within classroom debate, it is used as teaching tool. So we have school teacher or university lecturer that uses this tool in their class, and they set a topic for debate, and they assign contrasting positions to individuals or groups of students. Then students conduct research and they debate in class. And these students, they may be cross-examined by their opponents, the teacher, and these observing class members. And they also act as judges. The follow-up is usually that students have to write up their experience about debate, and they also might be graded according to their research and their final, let's say, papers. Also, the literature recognizes constructive controversy approach within classroom debate, and that's that groups present both sides, and they're trying to find solution that's acceptable for all in class or for all groups that participate. Then we have argumentation and oral communication classes. So the focus in these classes is not so much on learning of certain topics or subject matter, but on the improvement of skills in argumentation, communication, or rhetoric. And so they're trying to improve their ability to investigate an issue, argue a certain position, and everything based on the evidence that they collect and logic. So one of the examples is students who were taught about genetics alongside argumentation techniques addressing the knowledge through moral dilemmas and social issues. So they're learning how to use certain communication tools, and the focus is not on the specific topic within the class. The third one is competitive debate. And the main focus of the literature that we examine is on US debate leagues, so high school and college leagues. There are certain competitive speech activities and different styles that are mentioned, like policy debate, parliamentary debate, and so on. And so the competitive speech and debate as practiced in the United States, the important part is that this competition should be justified with certain enjoyable experience for participants, and it should offer them important intellectual, social, and personal benefits. As certain authors point out, that all stages of debate must be constructed in a way that correspond to interests of students and tackle mind-provoking issues that are relevant both for community and participating actors. So it's not the focus should not be just on a competition, but on the experience of the involved actors, and it should be beneficial for community and people that are participating within the debate. Now we will go through three impacts, and one is individual development, second one is political, and third one is social. So I will ask you now, you have one paper, one flip chart over there in the left, back left corner, one in the back right corner, and one is here. So if you can just go around and write what do you think that is impact on position of certain social groups who participate in debate, what is the impact on individual development of participants when they participate in debate, and what is the impact on their political development. So I will give you around 20 minutes to go around and write what you think that these impacts are. Individually, yes. Holistically judge what is the impact of debate on the individuals, or in this case, for certain social groups. when we talk about certain social groups, like young people with fewer opportunities and so on.
It would be best if we mention what social group.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you all. So we will start with impact on individual development of young people or people in global who participate in debate. So what you wrote on this paper says they have improved research skills, more tolerance, resist manipulation, including fake news, more general knowledge, persuasion, and under question mark manipulation skills, toxic competitivity. So we have certain, let's say, negative impacts also pointed out, and that's great. So toxic competitivity, manipulation skills, focus on winnings, elitism, then echo chamber, can sound inventing and formulating arguments quickly. Yeah. Potential sense of entitlement, then better confidence, also arrogance, communication skills, critical thinking, time management, teamwork, public speaking. People who participate, they read more on subjects to find new arguments and different sources. They have more friends, increased social network, awareness of local and global issues, and better understanding of others' points of view. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so you recognized a lot of impact on individual development. So what do you think that I'm going to present you now what literature says about certain things, but what do you think that is the greatest impact of debate on young people of all of these? Yes. Now you will hear more about that. So traditional classroom education, as I said in the beginning, offers little opportunities that foster certain soft skills like communication, critical thinking, teamwork, and they are important today for functioning in local communities, but also for labor market. And we found 3 topics regarding individual development that are in the focus of the literature. First one talks about debate as a teaching method and how this teaching method improves individual skills. Then debate and cognitive skills, and then debate and interpersonal and intrapersonal skills. So debate as a teaching method, I already said something about this topic, but that was about how debate as a teaching method is done. And these are the impacts of debate as a teaching method. So it has certain advantages compared to traditional teaching methods. Teaching strategies that involve classroom interactions, they are more effective than traditional teaching. And then interactive teaching method as debate, it requires more active students' involvement, increases the level of students' responsibility for learning, leads to positive influence on students' learning outcomes, and also enriches classroom environment. Active role, so debate needs active involvement on the individuals in the classroom, and it provides more effective learning and engages and encourages students to take responsibility for comprehension and learning. I think that someone pointed out something similar to this, that people have certain better understanding and research skills and so on, so more general knowledge. And also the detected effects are that this classroom participation, but better performance on exams in general, also better academic achievement during their academic career, and increased motivation and interest in content. So people who are engaged in debate, they have more interest in these topics that are taught. And also students, they also confirm that they find debate as innovative and informative teaching method. Yes? There are two mics, so one can...
I just have a question about the increased academic achievement. And I know this is literature review, so I know it's like multiple different studies, but whether you've got any information on how are the studies sort of mitigating for the fact that people who go to debating already are more likely to be academically successful because they're interested in debating in the first place. So how can we make sure that it is debating that's making them better, not that they were just better in the first place?
That's true. We will talk later about the impact on different social groups. So if you take that, for example, young people with fewer opportunities, they through debate, they gain a lot of, improve their social capital. And social capital then improves their also academic achievement, because people with higher social capital, they have also higher academic achievement. Of course, it is hard to differentiate about these impacts, but debate helps them in their achievement. So I cannot remember all the things within this 96 paper, but I can look after and then provide you this information. If you want to read this specific paper, then you can see their method and everything, how they come to these conclusions.
Does that mean that those kids don't necessarily get more clever, but people think they're more clever?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
So does that mean that the kids don't necessarily get cleverer, but that people think they're more clever as a consequence of having done debating?
No, I think that it's not the thing that they think that they are getting smarter or better, but they achieve better in certain either exams or entering exams on universities and so on. So that's the thing. It's not the question if you think that debate gets you smarter or something like that.
Is there a distinction made between academic achievement and problem solving? Because, for instance, where I come from, what is tested is not very complicated. If you have problem solving skills, you can sort of squirm your way through exams and achieve a lot of things, but that would be not necessarily being more academically, have more prowess in academia, but just better problem-solving skills. Is there a distinction there made?
Well, I think that it's really hard to make this distinction if you look at the, for example, tests that people are taking to get to the universities. It's hard to say if they are better at problem solving or they have better academic achievement, because you're looking at the end point of this, and it is really hard to assess this mitigating through the problem. So I mean, I'm not sure how would you would have to ask students, are you good at problem solving and trying to bend the rules and so on, and then to distinguish between these two things.
So just to clarify, the effects on the increased academic performance come mainly from the studies done in the 90s, or they have been updated as well? Because you said 1996. And I've been just wondering if that it might have changed through generational, factors or anything. So do we have? Is it the most up-to-date things that we have, or do we?
I think that
do we have more?
most of the papers that we had in this desk research is 2010 to 2016, and so something between that. And they're mostly, focused on the US and UK because they are written in English, and we don't have the resources to go to the, Italian, Polish, Dutch, and so on, because we don't speak those languages. And so this is, biased in that sense.
So we are just about to start doing it next month, so we'll send you the updates, but we are very keen on literature reviews, so thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks. Because in the project we are now trying to see what's the situation within the countries that participate in this Erasmus Plus project. So we created protocols for focus groups with debate trainers and young people to see what they see in Croatia, Holland, Poland, and so on, in several countries, to see what they say about these impacts and what they think that how participating in debate affected their development. So the second part of individual development is debate and cognitive skills. So it's useful for development of different cognitive skills, and the first one is critical thinking and different learning strategies, of course. So focus of literature is mainly on critical thinking, and the literature sees critical thinking as one of the biggest benefits of participation in debate. So literature sees critical thinking as the process through which young people define problems, they assess the credibility of sources, identify and challenge assumptions, recognize inconsistencies between this literature, they prioritize the relevance and salience of various points within the arguments, and so on. And also students, they said in different researches, they said that they perceive critical thinking and analytical skills as some of the most common benefits of participating in debate. Interpersonal skills, mainly communication skills, someone mentioned on this paper. So it's recognized as the most substantial benefit of participation in debate, but also empathy and perspective taking, since people who participate in debate, they have to consider different viewpoints and arguments which are different from their own. Also, there is increasement in respect among participants. So certain core social and emotional development, and it contributes to building inclusive societies. But also there are certain problems that are mentioned in the literature. I think that you mentioned more problems than there are mentioned in literature. One of those is confrontation. So aggressive communication, escalation of conflicts between debaters, and so on. But also debate includes certain corrective feedback, and it requires listening skills and emotion regulation. So people who are involved in debate, they can confront these possible problems regarding aggressive communication. Also, there are certain indications in literature, not so hard evidences about this, that debate fosters conflict management competences, and that it does not promote dominant communication. Also, in non-English speaking context, debate improves communication skills of students in English, and also helps in development of vocabulary and grammar of debaters. Now we will go to political development. So simplification, but let's... Yeah, of course. Okay, these things were not part of this individual development. Some of these are part of this political or civic development, as you're gonna see it. Especially this thing between competition and social engagement or gamification of debate. So it's partially discussed here. But within these, we didn't find any discussions in the literature about that. So maybe it's just because it's harder to find or to encompass these things. But certain things are within this political part of impact. So you're going to see it now, and then we can discuss if that's something that you can connect with. Okay. So impact on political development, as you said, there are less susceptible to propaganda. They're able to improve political discourse. They recognize fallacious and BS. They have better political. Can someone? Candidates? Okay, they choose better political candidates. They make better political. Okay. They build confidence to express opinion and to engage in conversation. They are better able to participate in democratic process. Being more aware about political situation, okay, more aggressive in expressing political views, yeah, of course, more empowered to voice their grievances and the problems in their community. School children engage more with political debate in the society, so they are more active in their communities as a result of participating in debate. It's a platform to learn community building and reading compromise or reaching compromise in group. Yeah, okay. Knowing what matters to them. Building international network of engaged individuals for future cooperation and inspiration. Okay. Okay. So they have better knowledge, as we can see. They have better confidence to express their opinion, and they also are more engaged in their communities. So there are different levels of knowledge and skills and engagement according to you. So these, let's say, three main things. So regarding political development, or let's say civic education, we mapped 3 dominant topics in the literature. First one, it connects critical thinking, so that individual characteristic or impact that happens when young people participate in debate and civic education. Second one is debate and citizenship competence. And third one is gamification, competition, and civic education debate. So critical thinking and civic education, as we said, critical thinking is one of the most important impacts of debate. And it's also in literature recognized as one of the foundations of democracy. So it prepares this development of critical thinking, prepares students to become active participants in society. So promotes learning based on real life situations and prepares students to contribute in a society and participate critically in their communities. That's the thing that you recognized very well here. And also it provides opportunity to apply this knowledge to role playing, and they have opportunity to demonstrate their ideas, values, and attitudes. That's one of the questions that was raised before. When we talk about debate and citizenship competence, so certain papers which are based on interviews with debaters and focus groups, so they claim that they learn how to recognize biases in society and act accordingly. So they are taking certain actions based on their knowledge in their communities. And very influential is debate on controversial topics, since it fosters development of democratic values and readiness of students to become socially active and challenge injustice in their surrounding, and also provides skills to act and not just knowledge. So they have knowledge and it's only facts or arguments and so on, but also they learn how to become active citizens. And there is building relations between debate clubs and local community. So debate clubs are engaged in different actions in local communities, but we will see in the third part how that can be problematic when we talk about gamification and engagement in local communities. Hall, he provides certain list of these benefits. And he says that debate provides youth with different qualities and capacities. So one of these is a sense of social purpose and affiliation with society, then connection between public political processes and private lives, understanding of democracy and civic participation, ability to balance between support for authority and willingness to dissent, capacity for autonomous choices, tolerance towards other opinions and respect for others, and belief in the ability to make a difference. A lot of things that you recognized before can be, grouped within these qualities and capacities that Hall provides. Also, another author, he says that debate contributes to 3 developmental domains of political education. So we have knowledge, identity, and skills. So regarding knowledge, it increases political knowledge of people who participate, regardless their motivation to participate. Someone can participate because he wants to compete, and someone has some intrinsic motivation, hanging out with people, wants to learn something about this topic and so on, but they will all gain knowledge. Then political identity. There is development of authentic identity through process of formation, reformation, and solidification of information, and the construction of authority and identification with broader political picture. So this, the construction of authority, it is mentioned here as, they are less susceptible to propaganda, or they recognize fallacies and bullshit and so on. So this helps them to recognize these authorities. Someone said that they're less open to different political views. Why would you think that people who are in debate are less open?
So good at having rock solid arguments for what they believe in. It's very hard to shake someone's belief if the belief is built on rational thinking, argumentation, and all of those things. I mean, I'm sure they're willing to listen, but I have rarely seen debaters shift politically all that much. They come into debate with one political view, let's say maybe it morphs a little bit, but after it morphs and becomes like solid, it doesn't shift all that much. That in my personal experience.
Okay, I'm not sure if they would. I would say they are less open to different political views. Maybe they stand firm to their political views. But if they
are willing to listen, but they will not engage with you. They will just try to argue their side. I understand what you're saying, but my political view says this. So
Okay.
So I've seen something similar happening to certain groups of debaters, usually after a period of debating, so after a year or two in which they might be open, they solidify within their views. Also from the experience of judging, say they adopt a utilitarian perspective, and whenever they hear an argument, they think, well, but what's the, I don't know, general sum of happiness in the world? Your model doesn't answer to that, and I'm a Marxist, therefore you don't think about this and that, and this is how I could measure something and improve the world. And I know that you don't. It's also a very ego-boosting activity. So being inclined towards thinking that you know better than others comes with that.
May I just ask a question? Does it help if you have to defend political views that are not your own?
I think
to understand the other side.
I would say definitely for some time. I would say that the effect we are talking about applies to a certain group of hardliners, like people who go not to 10 tournaments during the studies, but for 50 tournaments, and they want to win, and that is when I think what this tool is not just for, because they become so focused on that they're not interested in that anymore, but just on winning.
There was one more comment back there.
Yeah, great. I do understand what you are describing, Konrad and Radu. I would just say that we need to take it in the context of other young people. And I really think that comparatively, what debate does is that they are not getting much more cocky in their political opinions than other groups who are socializing in different ways. Yeah. So the effect of social media, etc., on other young people is in this respect much worse than confidence debaters get from winning debates and be really built in their opinion, etc. Does it make sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not my belief that this happens. It's a concern that I have vis-a-vis if it happens, how much it happens, and to whom it happens. If I were to guess, I would say it happens to the noisy debaters more than anyone else. The noisy debaters.
Noisy?
Yes. I mean, this is more of a joke label, but if I were to categorize them, they are the noisy debaters who generally tend to be at all of the competitions and blah, 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 blah. So, yes, I don't think it's like, oh, this is the serious problem. It might be, but it's just a concern that I have, and sometimes we might get blinded by all of the great things that debate does, but maybe we lose track of some of the less great things that it can foster when there's, let's say, a deficit of values. Because we give them the tools, but it's harder to give them the values. Maybe we need to think about that more than in other situations.
Okay, any more comments on this?
By the way, the same problems would also apply to the positive effects on civic engagement that you describe. So in people who learn how to speak and think through debating, I think this all happens. But if someone finds debating like a safe space to which they return to, and they're used to speaking in front of people who have to listen to them because that's what the rules say, and that's all they do, then instead of becoming civically and politically engaged, they're just staying in a room of people in the same age thinking the same, instead of going to the ward, entering political party, going to the neighbors, because these are not intellectual debaters, I will do my stuff here. So that might happen, but as Artur say, it's I don't know how to tackle that, and maybe that's not big of an issue. And it would be really interesting to find out what sort of people this happens to. Are there any way to mitigate that? Because there are also valuable people who are adding a lot of volunteering, and we don't want to lose them. But sometimes they screw the public perception as well, and it's something that I guess is prevalent all over the world. But I don't think it is something that denies all the benefits that we have here.
well. Authentic identity is something that can be very tough, because if they do have an authentic, strong identity and people disagree with that, they feel like their identity is being attacked. And we see that identity is super important nowadays, something that is super valued on an individual level. So if they get too attached to their political identity or have a misapprehension of what that could mean, then they might feel more defensive when having a conversation about political identity.
I definitely don't want to prove Radu's and Konrad's point right now. I just have one answer probably for Radu, or suggestion rather than answer. I do think, and that's just my opinion, it's not proof or anything, but I do think that we can teach those young, like loud debaters to get values rather than just skills by engaging them in judging, because that's activity where you need to consider the opinions more rationally, and also by volunteering in the organizations. When they are training, when they are judging, they are becoming better persons. In my, or in most cases, I would add, yeah?
I agree with that wholeheartedly. It doesn't always happen.
Yeah.
In the sense of they don't come to volunteer or they don't want to judge, but I do certainly think that helps 99% of the time.
And that would be great follow-up for that study, because that's the first thing we teach kids to debate, and then we take the creme de la creme of debaters and we make them judges and trainers, and we should try to make a study about how we affect them. But that's just a suggestion. It's not so valuable for our marketing than making studies about children.
Okay, thank you for interesting discussion. So the last part of the political impact is this part about gamification, competition, and civic engagement. It is actually less represented segment in the literature, but these discussions, you can find them since 1900s. And it is important to understand this relation between debate and citizenship competence. So regarding balance between competitive element and civic engagement element of debate. So competitive debate is problematized as educationally bankrupt and divorced from real world skills sometimes. So, and certain authors, they say that debate programs should be more directed toward change in communities. Slavik says that debate organizations are more committed to competitions, but 1/3 of their activities are related to civic engagement. I don't know how it's in your debate clubs, but in order to keep this balance between competition and civic engagement, it is important for debate organizations to have more members in their team. So then not all members of the team are always in a competition, and they have time to focus on certain civic activities in their communities and so on. So this research was done in US about their civic engagement in communities, and so it showed that teams with higher number of participants, they actually participate more in different civic activities. And the last one is this social groups, impact on social groups. So let's see what you said here. So financially disenfranchised groups, it broadens worldview and possibility space, feeling of being listened to and heard, empowering. Then young people, to become less aggressive, and they can become more civically engaged, thus increasing their social and political capital. We can say that these young people we discussed these impacts on the individual level already. Then students from poor neighborhoods, more visibility and increased access to better high schools, universities. So also some one of the individual impacts on their achievement in academic achievement. Then young organizations or groups with one opinion. Is it one? The direct connection of or discussion of problems with other groups of people with a different opinion. Social minorities, greater access to local activities, plus more engagement with national dialogue opinions, and their issues get a wider audience and are discussed in other social groups as well. And in the end, women getting used to speaking carefully in public. Equally, okay. Okay, careful. Sorry. Yes. So these sociological aspects of debate, they are not so much researched and present in academic texts. However, certain topics are presented. First one is adolescence development. So debate to some extent allows participants to act like adults and engage in policy discussions and enact adulthood. And the other topic that we found is empowerment of specific groups of youth, particularly those with fewer opportunities, and it provides them cultural capital that they are not getting through their family connections and so on. So participating in debate groups, they make acquaintances and they meet people and they build their cultural capital, which is, according to certain sociological theories, one of the most important aspects that helps in their success in later life. As I said, this part of the literature is not so developed, but you proposed a lot of interesting topics such as women in debate or certain social minorities, and one of those are for sure young people with fewer opportunities. With these fewer opportunities, those are financially disenfranchised groups and social minorities and students from poor neighborhoods. So these are all young people with fewer opportunities. Yes? How would you define cultural capital? Oh, it's a really broad concept. Cultural capital, it's, for example, people with connections which you know, or how much. One of the typical questions regarding cultural capital is how much books do you have in your household. So it's showed in different quantitative research that, for example, kids who have or pupils who have more books in their households, they have better achievement in schools. So also cultural capital or social capital are kids who have better educated parents. They have better social capital and so on. But it's really broad concept, so yeah. So certain conclusions are that debate is really important non-formal education method, and it should be combined with traditional education methods. It's used in different settings, so in classrooms, but also outside of classrooms. Most of you participate within your NGOs or something like that, and then it develops different individual aspects as we discussed: cognitive skills, interpersonal skills, civic competences, and also improves position of certain groups. but also there are a lot of unresearched areas, and we are now trying to see what is the impact of debate, at least through qualitative methods with students or debaters from Croatia, but also other countries that participate in the project. So if you want to, discuss some of the aspects further, I'm open to that. But also thank you for your participation in this, let's say, work cafe or whatever, and discussion during the presentation and the questions.
Is this okay? Oh, is this okay? Okay, great. Sorry. I'll take my mask off if that's okay. I hope. Right. Hi, everybody. Sorry for the delay. We had some slight technical issues. Welcome to the talk about the middle school programs in Croatia and Slovenia, the basic middle school programs. I presume most of you know who Miha is. He's the Slovenian part of this presentation, so he'll be able probably to address questions about this part. I'm from the Croatian Debate Society. My name is Petar Soldo. Currently, I work as a debate and Latin teacher in middle and elementary school in Zagreb, but I also coordinated and worked with the primary and middle school debate programs in Croatia for some time. So this is why they let me talk about this. I hope. Anyway, this is going to be a really short presentation, and I'm more open to questions because I'm not sure what your interest is about this. So I'll just let you ask anything you want, or maybe we can, debate or discuss some topics. So in general, our debate programs are very similar to the middle school debate programs are very similar to high school debate programs. In Croatia, we have around 110 debate clubs in the history. I'm not sure if all of them are active now, but at one point, these are all the different clubs that existed. This didn't change. There are a bit less in Slovenia. The thing is approximately the same. The grades we are interested in is 6, 7, and 8. So these are the grades. The children from these grades can participate in the debate programs and go to debate competitions. So these are like kids aged 12 to 4. This is something, this is the people who we work with. And also we use a sort of a Karl Popper format. It's a bit different in Croatia and Slovenia, but this is really the technicality. This is like the biggest maybe difference between the high school and the middle school programs, because in high schools we use the world schools programs, the world schools format, which is much more common, I presume, in the world. So I just wanted to talk about some challenges and some benefits of working with the primary school, middle school children. Sorry, I'll get twisted with this because it's different in Croatia. So, like some challenges that I thought about are these. So, for starters, something we have to think about when working with elementary or middle school children is that we have to have some sort of different teaching methods than you have to have when you work with high school children, in the sense that they're a bit more gentle and they know less, and they're smaller, and their logical abilities and abilities to conclusion are not as maybe developed as they are in high school students. So this is one of the things we work with our volunteers who work with middle school children. One of the things we talk to them about is different approaches to teaching debate when you work with smaller kids. Also, in addition to this, another thing that we really have to think about all the time is adapting motions. This is not just the complexity of motions. This is also that we have to be careful that sometimes these children are not yet for some more difficult motions that require maybe more emotional engagement. We also think about this and try to stem it down a bit, just not to get anyone worked up. Also, another thing that is specific for this kind of program in Croatia and Slovenia, when we work with high school children, they work mostly with volunteers who are mostly students, not professional teachers, right? So they are all debate coaches, but they, come from a different kind of, career sets and different lines of work. But mostly in Croatia, with the middle school children, the people who work with them are their teachers. So this is also something this is also a challenge we have to, overcome, is because when you're a teacher and you work, with a debate society and you cooperate with a debate society on working with children, it's a different thing than, working when you're a volunteer who is a part of this debate society and then works with children. So because of a large number of middle school teachers who are working directly with children and having to communicate with them and having them not having any kind of experience in debate themselves mostly because they were not debaters when they were young, this is also something you sometimes have to overcome and have to at least have in mind when you work with this with this group. Also, in the end, I think this is something that's something you really have to think about from the organizational perspective. these are students that are like 12 years old or 13 years old, so they're much more dependent than, let's say, someone who is 16 or 17 years old. So when you take them to a tournament, you have to take a bit, you have to be a bit more careful about them. You have to check upon them, check them, more often. You really kind of have to watch out for them a bit more because they're simply younger. Does anyone have any questions or something that came into mind or something they want to discuss around here? Does anyone here have any kind of experiences with teaching debate to children this ages, like 12 to 14? Okay, except Daria, who was my boss. So apparently she does. Yes, sorry? 14, 15. Okay, but they're high school, right? Okay. But do you also work with older students, like 16, 17? Do you see any difference between these two? Okay. Right, okay. And also in the their speaking capabilities and language capabilities and stuff like that. So this is all sorts of things you have to, have in mind when you are working with this kind of level of schooling. Okay, I'm not sure what my audience is here. So, what's the situation with the people who are working with these, in your debate programs with children? Are they mostly teachers, or are they volunteers, or some people from other lines of work? Do you have any experience with this? Only teachers. Okay, and do the teachers have any experience in debating themselves? Were they ever debate, but they themselves were never debaters in. Yes, because I have a sense that sometimes this is the biggest difference when you have like student volunteers and teachers, because student volunteers are usually people who did debate and debated themselves. So when you work with people who are supposed to be debating, you can understand them better, and you can at least to some extent, right?
Our trainings include this part. They debate, but only at training.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a competition. Just as a part of training, first half debated and full debate.
Right.
They just try how it works, but actually no one competition for teachers.
Sure. Yeah, that's what I presume. The same is in Croatia when we teach, when we have learning sessions and teaching sessions for the teachers. We usually make them debate at least one debate. We force them to debate at least one debate. They usually don't want to; they're a bit scared. But when we do this, we also have a feeling that this will help them greatly when they have to work with children. Okay, so. I presume. Okay, so let's go forwards, and we'll have some time later. So these were like some of the challenges that came, on top of my mind about the problems that stem from working with this kind of with this level of schools. But also there are some great benefits that I think are really important when we think about implementing a middle school program for children for children to debate. A middle school debate program in schools. Why should we do this? So one of the first things that came to my mind was that it was a really needed supplement in middle schools. I have a feeling that, especially in middle schools, at least in my experience, at these levels, children are not yet exposed to any kind of debates, or during their regular classes or during their incorporated in their normal learning activities. So this really provides an opportunity for them to develop all the things that debate does, like critical thinking and expressing themselves and argumentation and logic and stuff like that. So from my perspective, this is sometimes maybe even more needed in the middle school age than in the high school age. And it really helps them a lot later, because if you get them to open at this point and you get them to think as a debater at this point, it helps greatly later. Also, a really practical one, if you have a high school program that does world schools, our experience has shown that these children are they have a much easier start when they start debating. World schools, because for example they know what an argument is, so you don't have to have this whole kind of this whole introduction to the problem, and also they're kind of used to competitions and this whole debate world and to adjudicators, and they know how how a debate looks, what a debate looks like, and how it functions and stuff like that. So this is also a perspective that you can take, that it's really beneficial for the high school program. Also, from my perspective, it is also a great reach. This is also something I thought about. I'm not sure, this is maybe country specific, but when we talk about Croatia and I presume Slovenia to some extent, what happens is sort of an academic tracking when you go from middle school or elementary school to high school, because better students go to better high schools, or you have to have higher grades to get to lyceums and gymnasiums and stuff like that. And unfortunately, people who have lesser grades, they usually end up in vocational school or stuff like that. At least that's the thing in Croatia. Or they don't have to have lesser grades; they're just not interested in this more academic kind of civil stuff. So they go to vocational schools. And for Croatia, at least, the middle school is, same for everybody. So when you start, from grade 1 to grade 8, you're all in the same school. And since we work with kids aged 6, 7, and 8, this gives them a great opportunity to enter a debate club, even though they're not in a very elite specific high school. Because at least in Croatia, most of the high school debate clubs are at the, the topmost, slotted schools. So, the gymnasiums or lyceums or whatever you want to call them are the ones that have the most debate clubs in Croatia. Like all the most debate clubs are located there. So I have a feeling that if you implement it in a primary school before this kind of academic tracking happens, you have a greater reach of children. You can, that can benefit something and get something out of debate. And I think this is really important also to think about. Are there any, so you said you worked with like 14 to 15-year-olds. Do you have any kind of experience? Is there something they get out of it that the older ones don't get as much? Or are the benefits the same? Okay, yes, sorry. Sure. Sorry, did you say they were aged 8 and 9 or grades 8? Age. So they're really small kids. Okay. Uh-huh. Yes, I also have a feeling from my own experience this is extremely beneficial for them. This is maybe the first time they get to go somewhere and really, have a chance to talk about something and, have a chance to, have a speech or express themselves. And this is sometimes a real shock for them, but I also have a feeling that it's really beneficial, right? Did anyone else want to pitch in with anything? Sure. I also think this is a great, like, a substitute activity for other, stuff that could be problematic. So in this sense, and yes, I also think that this is something they're also very curious and don't know what they want to do. So giving them an option to do this is a great chance to get them into the debate, to the debate society. So I'm just like generally curious. So most of you, do you have like any special interest to be here? Are you interested in developing your own primary school programs or anything like this? Okay, do you have any specific questions you want to ask us about this? Because I was not sure what the audience is going to talk about, what the audience wanted to ask. Thanks, Daria. I just, kind of wanted this to be an open discussion, you being able to ask us anything. Yes, could you just tell us where you're from? Okay, fine. Okay, can you just tell me where you're from?
I'm from Denmark at the Danish Debate Association.
Okay.
We have only done one session with elementary school kids, and we will be not teachers. We will be, of course, we'll be trainers going there. And I just what is your advice on how we should approach this in the best way, so the kids get most out of it?
So you wanted to start doing, debate with kids. I think a lot of these, teaching methods. Are the same for any kind of other subject that you would teach for middle school kids. So I think one of the things you have to have in mind is they don't know anything. Okay, so you should really think about the things they do know, and their level of knowledge is usually much lower than the high schoolers' level of knowledge. And it's not just material knowledge in the sense that they know historical facts or things from sociology, about the society or the world in general. Also, their capabilities of of conclusion and logical reasoning are also less, because they're simply not as developed in this sense as they would be a few years further. And you would really be surprised at what level this goes to. Sometimes I'm surprised about the words they don't know, right? And they have problems with some concepts and stuff like that. Also, you have to think about not being too abstract with them. You have to be extremely concrete, I think, about the stuff. This is something really important. And also, I think I would also advise is try to think about motions that would be really interesting for them, because this is something that works magnificently well. Finding a motion, for at least from my experience, middle school children, in this age group, 12 to 14, they are much more eager sometimes than the higher school students. High school students are cool and they don't want to talk about stuff, and we're asking them stuff like that and stuff. But middle school children are much more eager. So finding a motion that really sparks a debate between them, it can really do the whole process for you. So you really just have to lead them in the right direction. So I don't know. We tried with motions about social media. I don't know, Daria, was this successful or not?
Yes, but they got bored after some time.
Yes, so they really get fed up with this. Also, old school related motions are, cool for them, but also some really basic motions worked really well for me depending on the age group. Like when I work with kids that are 12 years old, just, having a motion that says living in the country is better than living in the city. It really does wonders for them, because it's something they really can talk about. They can come up with arguments really easy. Sure. Did you want to add something? Sure. Daria, do you want to? Daria does specific projects with these kind of kids, so you can also ask them. But if you wanted to ask about motions and working with everyday kids, sure. We do a lot of. We also had topics that were related to feminism. We had topics that were related to general elections and stuff like that. So you can also use these motions, but when you are introducing kids to the program, I think it's better to give them something they'll be interested in. Then don't set your goals too high. Don't think that after their first debate meeting they'll be interested in the civil society and in politics and in human rights. Just try to first get them hooked, and then later you can give them motions that will make them talk about other stuff. Sure, Micha wanted to. Micha, do you want? We have another microphone. Sure.
Yeah, maybe just a follow up from my side when it comes to somebody asked about specific methodologies that you would that we would suggest when talking to or teaching such young kids, even 8, 10 years old. There are a few specifics that you need to take into the account. with few specific suggestions that are coming out of it. Number one, you want them to start speaking, right? So the problem a lot of time is that they know what to say, they are able to take the position, however, they are not able to start speaking, they don't know how to start, what does it mean to present a reason, an argument, maybe even a whole speech, and so on. So the first thing that you want to do is, you want to give them as many toolkits or working sheets or however you call it that would give them the direct outline of what they need to do. So you give them the structures, you give them the little heuristics of what to do. For example, on a high school level, the most obvious example would be the structure of the argument, right? So before you ask students to make an argument, you tell them, okay, these are the 4 points, we are all teaching like that, right? I assume these are the 4 points that every argument need to have. Now, when I ask you to present the argument, you need to follow those 4 points. This is even more important for elementary or middle school kids, because when you tell them, have a speech, present yourself, they will not know that firstly to introduce themselves, then introduce what they are going to say, then to conclude, and so on. So the general way how you would teach debate through different ages would be, at the starting point for younger students, you need to give them as much structures, as much heuristics, as much instructions as possible. You want them to internalize this, you want them to this to be in their heads, in their hard disk, so they are following it. Then on a high school level, you want students to become creative, you want students to become innovative, you want them to do all the things by themselves. And then as they are getting advanced, maybe as they go to the university debating, then you want to go, you know, back, then you want to take a step back, right? Then they are a bit too self-conscious. They are a bit too. They believe they really can do the argument without following any structure. They know how to do it. They can just step up after 10 minutes of preparation in British parliamentary format, and they can speak for 5 minutes and do a great argument. And at that point, you start reminding them on the basic structures that you were teaching them at the beginning of the course, right? Or the beginning of their career. So that would be the stage, like very, very specific structures that they need to follow simply because you said so and that's the task, so that they internalize something, so that they can start speaking, so that simply helps them to say something. Then in the next stage, you're always like, okay, now it's on you, do it however you want, just convince me, just be persuasive, just go to a next tournament, next debate, so you'll see what's working for you and just follow the advices by your debaters, peers, by judges and so on. And in the last stage, you again go back to the basic. Now, I want to show you this just just to show you that it's not just, you know, what the argument could be, what's the structure of the argument. You could break it down to, sorry, I am now absolutely covering you. Don't take it personally. You can break it down to little things, right? The problem analysis, right? In every debate, even if they say everybody should own a cat, everybody should have a pad, little kids should get some pocket money, right? If they want to argue for this, or the homework should be banned, whatever, they need to know what the problem is, right? If they are solving the situation, if they are proposing an action, they need to know what the problem is. So you don't need to start with arguments immediately with the whole case. You can start with presentation of what the problem is. And I'm going to show you one little toolkit that I usually give to 7 to 10 years old kids, and it works brilliantly. When we are analyzing the problem, I give them describe the problem. So what is the problem? Second question I give to them is why the problem is so very problematic. Why is this even a problem? So the impacts of the problem or the consequences of the problem, they understand these terms, right? Then I tell them to really analyze it, what are the current solutions? Are we already doing something when it comes to this problem, you know, or not? So then I ask them about current solutions. And then the 4th point, what would be your solution? And I'm going to tell you what I got recently from one Singaporean student in one of the workshops I had. They were 8 or 9 years old. They were students in my course. They were working with me online for, let's say, a month already. And description of, I said, you can choose any problem you want, whatever you want, right? Just come up with a problem and do that. their problem was our teacher, Miha Andrić, drinks too much coffee while we are at the sessions. Impact, consequences. We believe this is simply bad for his health. Then I even added something that I didn't write here. You could also have additional points, sorry, could be what is the cause of the problem. Sorry, missed that one out. So what is the cause? So they said, okay, that's bad for his health. We've heard from our parents coffee is bad, seems bad for his health and his heart. Then the cause of the problem, loved it, what they said. They said, we believe he's simply too stressed. He's too stressed and he needs to drink the coffee. That's the cause of the problem. Current solutions, brilliantly, they said, we told him we believe that's bad for his health, but then what you can add, why current solution is not working. So you can have additional questions. So current solution is, we told him, we asked him to stop. Why didn't it work? Their brilliant response was, because we are just too young and he doesn't take us seriously, right? And then what is their solution? And that was the most brilliant thing they said. You know what their solution was? They said, we propose to all the class that we always do our homework. Why? Because maybe he will be less stressed. And the cause of the problem was that he's really stressed. This is why he's drinking coffee. And if we attack the cause of the problem, maybe he'll stop drinking it, right? So you see, you got the description, you got the impact, bad for his health, you had the cause, he's stressed, you had a current solution. We asked him, why doesn't it work? We're too young, he doesn't listen. So obviously we need a different solution. What it would be is the solution? Probably the one that would attack the real cause. So how to decrease his stress, right? So now you see, it was like a simple toolkit that all of them understood. And you can see a lot of critical thinking skills already behind that, right? But why? Because they were asked questions. What is the problem? Just describe it. Why it is so very bad? Just describe the consequences. What is the cause? Just describe it. What are the current solutions? And so on, right? So that's the first thing. You can try to come up with as many questions as possible that they are simply answering while they are presenting or analyzing something, and this will work brilliantly for them. Your general pedagogical approach later should be in the second stage. You ask them not to follow anything, just do what's persuasive. In the last stage, where you don't even know anymore how to comment, you know, because they sound smart, they are university students, they are experts, they are taking classes in economy, politics, whatever. Oh my, they're talking about things I don't even understand. Okay, back to the basics. Did you describe current solutions? Maybe you could add this and a bit of an analysis why current solution is not working. That would make it more persuasive. So you can always then, in the end, go back to the basic structure. And this is how they will start speaking, right? Second thing that I would add to...
Can I just do an intermezzo here? Sorry guys, you just need to hear me. This is great. I thank Micha for, I think this is a great structure of curriculum. I would just, pinpoint one thing from my personal experience that has to do with this. Just don't go into this maybe too abruptly, especially with small kids. They are, they could get a bit scared or, think that they're dumb or something. They have self-conscious problems because, they never ever imagined this stuff. So maybe, do some exercises at first that let them speak in general and, get them to debate a bit. Also in like a really freestyle and, you can do this to, what I told you, get them hooked. Like give them, activities. This is something that, generally works for kids. Give them activities that will allow them to, feel included in the start and at the very beginning, and then make debate seem fun, and then go attack
this was exactly my second point. So great minds think alike, stupid one as well. So it's your choice now. This was my second point. So when you want to make them speak, one thing that you want to teach them, and that's if you're a debate coach, you want them to have that sort of approach, right? But in order for something like Peter was talking about does not happen, the second part of activities always need to be let them speak or get them speak in an absolutely informal way. Literally like sitting down with them, asking them for the opinion, right? And then the question that I got from teachers is, okay, but if you just ask them for opinion, what if they don't say anything? How do we moderate that? And so on. Like without going into details and with the 100,000 exercises and approaches, how you moderate different hats and colors, Le Bon, I'm sure some of you knows all these approaches. From my experiences, what would be the best way for a teacher to spur a discussion and to moderate it, it try to be controversial and take the opposite opinion. So whatever I get, like I get one little opinion on how the school should look like, I get one little opinion how Ronaldo is better than Messi, I get one little opinion on what's the good movie, even if I don't know the movie. Always what will help you to spur the discussion is to take the opposite and find some reason, argument, way to explain this to them why you're on the opposite side. You're not even saying that we are now trying to debate. You literally present this as your own opinion, and they will respond to it if this will be a topic that they like. So that would be my general advice, how to do something without an exercise, without a gamified activity, with what Peter was talking about, without going into very formal things, but rather doing it absolutely informally, right? Just try to take controversial stances that they will want to respond to it, right? Now, there is a thing in between. Very formal thing, wanna be your final input, then the second absolutely opposing part where you're just trying to spur the discussion. These are gamified activities, games. The point of the games is obviously one, that they start speaking, they engage, but the point of the games is that they want to speak, they start speaking, but they realize, God, I just don't know how to explain that. They need to get to that. They have the opinion, they want to oppose you, they want to beat somebody in the game, right? They want to win the game, but they don't know how to do it. And that's your segue to that part, right? If there is a game on where they need to, for some stupid reason, describe the problem, then in the next session you offer them, look, there's a way how you could do that better, and so on. Very briefly, I'm sure you all know that, but just very briefly to explain the exercise that I think, even though stupid, overly used exercise, but absolutely works every time with students from 8 to 10, 11, 12, 13 years old, is a so-called, the famous balloon game, right? Where you say, people in the balloon going down, you need to throw somebody out, and now, you know, give me the argument why we should not throw you out. Just to give you a few advices how this game could be absolutely useful for bigger classroom and how you can start doing these things as a part of the game. Number one, obviously, you want them to decide who their character is. The best thing that I see is, from the experience, the best approach is to ask them to be the superhero characters from their favorites, fantasy, whatever, right? By the way, speaking of fantasy, last time one middle school kid had a brilliant comment. They asked me, I said, oh, are you going to be somebody from Lord of the Rings? He said, yes, yes, yes. And then he made a good joke that I loved it. He said, you know why Lord of the Rings is a fantasy, Miha? And I said, why? Because the trees, you know, the ants, the trees, they win against the industrialization. So that was an amazing joke for a middle school kid, I think. So you give them like some sort of being a superheroes. Why? Because they have the knowledge. They are not struggling with who they are, what's their characteristics, what happened in the movies, yada, yada. They know everything. So they can focus on these little things. And then it could be the first round. Everybody says one argument why they should not be thrown in, right? And then you can briefly say what could be the argument structure so that it would be good, right? If you're already doing this for the 5th time, second round could be, now everybody select one argument by the other super character and you try to refute them. Then the third one could be, now take one of the arguments of the other, take yours and compare them. Now try to have some sort of reply speech where you just, you know, try to evaluate why you are, after hearing all the arguments, still the best, and so on. So literally each round in the game, you can have a different task that is following a different structure you have written somewhere in the board. Or maybe what would be the problem on the balloon or in the world if there is a zombie apocalypse, if that's your story, what would be the problem that you would solve? Why is that problem the biggest problem? So you can literally ask them to present a thing that you believe they need to work on. Now, important thing that I do is, these are 5, 6 kids. You can't have others, right? It's just too many to have 30 if you have big classroom. What you can always do is, the audience is voting who is dropped off the balloon. But now the problem with voting is that it's a popularity contest, right? And then you vote for a person you like. The trick that you can do here is that always after the vote, right? You select somebody or 3 people from the audience that need to explain their vote according to the things you have written on the board. Why one argument was better than the other? Why this person should be there? And they need to use the language that is on the board if you are doing argument, problem, whatever. And if you as a teacher decide that they are not able to justify their reason, also they are off the game. So it's also interesting for them. What I usually do to provoke them, I tell them, look, if you have a girl or a boy that you're in love with that is standing there, I'm perfectly fine if you vote for them all the time. Just make sure you can explain it to me. Right? So it also becomes interesting for them. And to me, it's crazily amazing how they are able to follow very, very advanced stuff. Just give you one example and then stop speaking, I promise, Peter. We did, with 11 years old, we did how one could, we had a session of how one could compare different arguments. And one level of comparison that you will find in every debate material, every textbook, is the possibility of the impact to happen, right? Maybe it's a great impact, but the possibility of it to happen is really, really small. I don't know. Maybe the meteorite will hit the Earth, everybody will die, that's the biggest harm ever, but obviously the possibility of it is so very small, you can't win a debate by saying, oh my God, we need to do everything to avoid that, because the risk is just not that big. So we did that, and then I think the final round was between, I believe, Harry Potter as a character and Spider-Man or something like that. And then Harry Potter said that, I know I do have at least one Harry Potter fan in the audience, so I apologize if there will be any mistake, but the Harry Potter character said, if there will be a problem, whatever, I always can get the help of this Gryffindor sword or something like that. Is there a Gryffindor sword that Harry Potter gets? Okay, so there is a magical help that you get and kill the basilisk or whatever, and that was it. And then the Spider-Man has only some nets. I mean, everybody can make nets. That's not a big thing, right? So, oh my God, the gravity of the impact of this sword that killed the basilisk and whoever, I don't know, seemed like very big. So I was really interested what the other person is going to say. Then the Spider-Man literally went through possible, because the Spider-Man knew that girl who was Harry Potter, she's winning. The gravity of the impact, importance of the impact, oh my God, she's winning. And then he, as he told me later, literally went through all the things that were written on the board, how he could compare arguments. And you know what he said? Because he knew Harry Potter so well, the movies or the books, he was not struggling with data, with knowledge, so he only thought about how to critically think and now engage with that argument. And what he said was brilliant. He said, yes, 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 the sword seems very good. I have no argument against that. Like my nets that I get out of my hands, stupid. However, in the 7 movies of Harry Potter, when Harry Potter was facing death literally every 5 minutes in the movie, this sword magically appeared only 2 times, if I'm not mistaken. Right? And he said, that's a nice benefit to have this magical sword. But it happened twice in like hours of movie. So the probability for this to help us is quite low. When it helps us, it's amazing. However, the probability of this impact to happen, oh my, very low it seems. So this is why let's rather have these nets out of my hands and you're going to get them always. Right? So because they knew what's happening, because they went, this person was not just asked, okay, try to compare. He was like, how one compare things? I don't know how to compare. He literally went, okay, can I say gravity of the impact? I can. Can I say number of saved people? Can't. Can I say long short-term analysis? Can't. Blah, blah, blah. And then he came to probability of the thing to happen. He was like, yeah, not very probable. It happened twice. Right? And this is how, through a gamified activity, after absolutely not moderated discussion when I started that Lord of the Rings is much better than Harry Potter, blah, 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 controversial, oh my God, how can you, teacher? Then we discussed that, started with the gamified activity, and in the end, we literally ended up with their desire to know more about this, because this is what helped them to win the game. Right? So that would be my general like methodological insight from the experiences that I had with little kids.
Great. No, yeah, thanks. This was, I think, really specific. I think this might have helped, if you want to, actually think in like specific solutions to the problems. Also, just in addition, really short, one thing that always works for all generations well, and specifically for these small kids, is four corners debate, at least for me. I don't know if you're familiar with this exercise. You just like one, or it can be two corners, whatever. You have four corners. One is I agree, I strongly agree, I disagree, I strongly disagree. And then you just read out motions that can really be whatever you want, like cats are better than dogs, or girls are as good as in football as boys, and stuff like that. And then they have to position themselves in the room accordingly. And this is also, you just ask them why. Just ask them, why are you here? Why did you come here? And I think this is like a really great introduction into them, giving you arguments for things they say. And I think it's really simple and, efficient, at least for me, and it's really fun for them. They love expressing opinions for some reason. Okay. Sorry, so we talked a lot. Now it's again time for you to ask questions. And are you both from the Danish, right? So you are starting a debate program. So if you have any more questions, feel free. Yes. Yes, please. I think we're streaming, so this is why it's important. I'm sorry.
Okay, so very loud. Thank you.
Micha, where is your microphone? Uh-huh. Can you turn off the other one? Oh, sorry.
There was one there. It's off.
Oh, okay.
Okay, is it fine?
Okay.
All right. So the question is specifically about how you engage students going to competitions, because I think especially in Denmark there's a tendency that.
Can you just talk a bit slower? Sorry.
In Denmark there is a tendency that kids, they don't usually play win-lose games academically. I guess it's more of a like politically correct, we're all winners kind of situation. How do you deal with that?
It's difficult. Yes, I think this is kind of a situation in Croatia too. I also think that in the regular education they don't get used to a lot of these things. But also in Croatia we have state competitions for each subject. So you have a state competition in Croatian, in maths, in science, and whatever. So I think this is something that eases the problem. But it's always a problem. I mean, I think it's a problem for the big guys. It's a problem for the small guys. You have to just teach them how to lose. What we personally do is we always talk. You just have to have this kind of also a pedagogical, approach. I think where you have to explain to them that winning is not the point of the debate. You should measure yourself. You should measure your success only to yourself. Like if I'm a better debater at the end of the tournament than I was when I started the tournament, then that's like the biggest win for me. You can also talk to them about you can also give them specific techniques how to calm themselves down. So you can say, okay, so you're upset, and it's also debatey. You can say, okay, so if you want to calm yourself down, you're upset now. Why are you upset? Because I lost. Okay, why did you lose? Because we didn't have enough arguments. Okay, so can you make sure that the next time you debate and you go into the debate you have more arguments or whatever, better logical, less logical fallacies or whatever. So I think this is something you can do, and give them general support. Just be soft to them. I think also sometimes they have a feeling that you, as their teacher or a debate coach, that you're personally disappointed with them. I think this is also really important to address, that you're very proud of them all the time, and you just want them to try their hardest and stuff like that. And Daria is also an expert in this field, so Daria can maybe pitch in.
What I would add, I wanted to say what Daria just said. Second thing I would add is this is why it is maybe even, like for sure, it's much more important in an elementary and middle school to have teachers involved, right? So that it's not just a absolutely non-formal extracurricular activity, because it can become traumatic, it can become problematic because you're losing if you want to go to competitions, if that's your core, right? That it could become problematic. You can solve it or mitigate that issue with the teachers. Formal education could be a merge of like formal and non-formal. Even if it's non-formal, it's not just an outsider who's coming, it's somebody from the school, know the parents and all this. So maybe that's why even more important the teachers are included at this stage. Yeah.
In the school, right? Right. Right.
I think in general, it's, you need to see the volunteers you are having, the judges you are having, are how much of educator and educator are they, so you can decide which approach is better.
Also, one thing I wanted to add, Micha reminded me of this, with teachers, I think there's also, this is a really also important thing I want to talk about, is including the teachers in the debate process. This is also, this is like some obvious reasons are like this for them, they have experience, they know these kids and, kids feel comfortable around them. But also, I think it's really important for the teachers from a totally different perspective. Like in looking at the general educational system, having a debate program in middle school that includes teachers allows teachers also to pick up some debating methods and incorporate them into their everyday lessons. So this is something we see in Croatia, that the teachers that are involved in the middle school debate programs are using debate in their everyday, lessons and activities. And this is a really good benefit, I think, and a really maybe underestimated benefit of having this kind of a debate program. So the debate is not just a separate activity, but it can happen in any class you want, and at any time you want, with any teacher that wants to do it in any kind of their own subject. So I think this is also something you can have in mind when you're writing projects or pitching for something. Saying that we can implement a new teaching method and improve a teaching method in everyday school. Any other questions? I mean, really just ask. This is why we had such a short presentation. Also, these are the emails. I think this was obvious. You can write to if you want any kind of advice or check something with us. These people have the know-how. They'll be really glad to share with you. Anyone else wanted to ask anything? Or yes, sure. Ooh. Okay, so. I'm not aware of any kindergarten debate clubs. Right, but debate activities. Sure. I'm not that I'm aware of, but I had contact with kindergarten children recently, and I'm really, just trying to think about how you could do it. I mean,
I think you could take maybe some specific parts of, like the most basic part of the debate, like tell me why something is like something. But also, I mean, I think that they are really not, most of them are not cognitively, still on the level to do something. This is a question for maybe someone who does psychology, and can assess if someone at age 6 or 7 can even think, in this sense. And, also, I think it's more about what do you want from kindergarten children, what do you want to teach kindergarten children, and then you can, maybe take something from debate, but I'm not sure. So right, I mean, sure, but I think it's more if something worse than great, but I'm not sure that some kind of a systematic approach, I mean, is maybe it's not impossible, but something I've never thought about. So Daria wanted to pitch. Right. We had some questions or comments from this side of the room. It's important to them, right? Sure. Yeah. Okay, sure. Anyone else wants to pitch anything for us?
Again, me. Sorry. You had a question. Sorry, I didn't know the name. You had a question before, somewhere at the beginning, about...
Can we just use microphones? I think the stream... Okay, sure.
You had a question about teaching them democracy and stuff. We had a project for a primary school. It was during one school year. What we did first, we gave them basic education about what argument is and how does their school community looks like what is role of the principal and stuff. And then they had to find one thing that they want to solve in their school community and their local community. And we gave them through volunteering hours and everything, like they did policy paper, why they should, what they want to do, how they would do it, and then they presented to the local board and school board. And the great part was that really the changes were made. Like one school wanted more lights on football place behind the school, and 3 months after the project, they really got more lights. So yes, it's not, we don't, in that kind of projects, we don't do debate necessarily as a competitive method. What we are doing is using arguments and critical thinking to show them how to form the opinion, to explain opinion, and then we connect them with the local community, with the policymaker, and give them a space to lobby it. Even the students from schools that didn't see the real change said that they are happy to participate in that kind of project because for the first time they have knowledge how to do it and that they had opportunity to express what they need. This was done with students 13 and 14 years old. Now it's your turn to have it.
We recently passed this bill in Italy where basically we introduced some mandatory classes on active citizenship related, for example, to the environment or democracy and stuff. But I feel like in many schools this is limited to reading the constitutions or reading the school rules without any kind of discussion behind it. So this would be something I think perfect for our Italian schools.
Great. I get a sense that this kind of part of the room, do you want to pitch in with anything or ask anything, or is there any interest you want to, like stuff you want to address? No? Okay. I mean, just like, ask away. Yes, but I mean, I think that all of these topics are really interesting, and I think this is something that is the point that is really important that we just mentioned, and the things we talked about is that you don't have to be as strict, I think, with debate formats and stuff, debate specific stuff with this kind of age group. I think anything that is in general in a general area of that can be called debate or debate-like will help them immensely in their in their world and in their studies and in their education. So this is, and I think this is really valuable. I would definitely incentivize any middle school to introduce a debate club, and all the debate societies. I would incentivize them to kind of start this debate program for middle schools, because it's not complicated. It's you really just have to kind of adapt what you have for high schoolers into this into this age group. It's really not that hard. You have to think about the stuff that we talked about.
So just out of curiosity, is this a very young project, or did you get already to see some of these kids going to high school or growing up, becoming
Daria
debaters?
graduated and she's a part of So, if I'm not wrong, Daria, so high school and middle school debates started at the same time in Croatia. So this was like a parallel thing. Right. Right. Also, something I just wanted to say that was really a technical detail. The grade 6 here is in brackets because we usually, when we talk about competitive debates, we usually only take kids that are grade 7 and 8, so that are 13 and 14. Kids that are grade 6 can only be, there can only be one per team, on the competition. So if there are 3, members of a team, only one of them can be in grade 6. We do this because they're really young and it's really hard for them. And if you have if you have 3 6th graders that go against 3 8th graders, for them it's a big difference and it's a really lot of stress. So it's also something that when you ask about, small children being stressed out by this is also something you can think about, pairing them with their peers. Because you also have to think about that age difference 12 to 4 is much bigger than like 14 to 16 or 16 to 18. Like it's a much bigger portion of their life. Right. If you have any specific technical questions or organizational or logistic questions, just ask. It's also really fine. We all want this know-how. Yes. No. After classes. So this is a problem for us because this is not completely taken care of in our educational system. So we have something that's called. It's really extracurricular classes, and there are different classes that you can take in school. It's like a drama group or a choir or something like that. The journalism group, ecology and stuff like that. So it's not graded. It's not It's not graded, but and because it's not obligatory for all the children, it's usually after classes. And yes, this can be a bit problematic because it can clash with their other obligations. And another problem is if you have schools that work in 2 shifts, which is really a common thing in Croatia. That even in primary or middle school starts at 2 and ends at 6 p.m., which is afternoon. So you really it's really hard for kids to debate at 6:30 p.m. and start debating and then debate till 8 p.m. They're really tired, and it's really hard for them. Yes, and I mean this is also something this is also something you have to think about when you involve teachers. Teachers in Croatia, at least this is how it works. They have their duties they have to do, and there a certain number of hours they have to spend on stuff. Like if they have to teach for 20 hours a week, and then they have some extra stuff they have to do. And usually debate is something they do extra. More often than not, debate is something that is not paid, and they really do it ex privata, but sometimes it's also included in their norm, in their teaching norm. So this is something also you have to think about. These people will want some sort of or they won't get compensation, or they're asking for some kind of compensation. This is also something that should sometimes be calculated. Yes, sorry, question?
I was thinking about the fact that when you introduce young kids to competitive environments, what happens usually is that the parents kind of become a little bit obsessed with the competition or put pressure on them because they want them to win. I don't know, it can happen. At least if I think about my competitive, for example, in sport, it can happen, okay? And what is your relationship with the parents of the kid? Do you talk to them? Do you keep them informed about how they're doing? How does it work?
Sure. I don't have a sense that we have this many, tiger parents about debating, because debate is not as established. So it's even usually, what are you doing? You're debating? Or what's that? That was me. Can you take the microphone, please, just so we can have it on the stream?
What happens to us is that parents see, okay, my kid is shy in the classroom during the oral exam. He has lower grades. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put him into debate so he can find the confident stuff. So I would say that they enforce them to do debate because they see benefits from them. So we don't have as much. Yeah, when we do have problems with the parents is when it comes to the different motions. So if we are discussing religion or if we are discussing homosexual couples and stuff, then we can see some backlash. But what we are trying to do is we don't use that kind of motions on debate tournaments, but when teachers see that there is a potential to discuss that in the classroom, they are the ones who communicate with the school board, with the teachers of the kids, and with the parents. So we can have a nice distinction, yeah.
Right, and also we always try to communicate at least via teacher. That's why it's also important to have teachers, because teachers are this kind of a bond between you and the parents, and also it's a great legal liability stuff, because have a teacher who is responsible for these kids, and you can always you can always this helps a lot in this sense of the kids' rights, and having all the forms you have to, like the GDPR forms filled, it's always something you can ask the teacher to help. And I mean, this is something you have to be mindful of too, because working with smaller kids is also legally much more sometimes intricate. Or not. Maybe I'm making this up. Daria, correct me if I'm wrong.
And one more thing I wanted to say, it's really funny when we have a look who is teaching debate in primary school and in high school, it's totally different. So in a high school, they are more logic teacher, philosophy teacher, Croatian, so native language. And when it comes to the primary school, there is lots of librarians from the school or school psychologists. Then we have the teachers that are dealing with 1st to 4th grade kids. So it's from 8 to 10 years, 11 years. We have a few teachers that do religion. We have few teachers that are doing chemistry. So I think that when when the principal is deciding who is going to teach debate, they are looking who is the best person as a private person, just because of the different motions and stuff. So it's not necessary that someone who has basic knowledge of logic, argumentation, critical thinking, whatever, through his subject, but who is he or she as a person. Yes,
we have.
do.
Yeah, we have educations for the teachers. It's something that's held. We try to do it at least one time per year. It depends on the interest. We do it either they sometimes they're 1 day stuff, we take Saturday or something like that, and then during the whole day we have trainings with them. We also have something that's called that's informally called a debate camp that happens over the summer, and we also have a specific track, a lab for the teachers when they can go and for 1 week learn about debate methods and stuff like that. So you definitely have to educate teachers about this. This is also something that if you want to include them, they'll ask you to educate them. It won't come, you won't forget about it. You won't be able to miss it.
And what we do is that we allow them to watch us working with kids, because in education for teachers, we give them tools. So we learn them what is argument, what is debate case and stuff. But when they are watching us doing it, they are learning how to present that to kids. So I think that's one of the most important steps.
Sure. Any other questions? Yes, sure, of course. No, we're totally happy to answer anything.
I don't know, probably you've said this before because I came later. I just wanted to know if there's a booklet where I can find information about pedagogy of debate in elementary school and middle school. Or
I'm not sure if
it
there's
exists.
anything in... Yes, there is.
I cannot read Croatian.
And it's also, it's more of, if you're thinking about the Karl Popper stuff, or is there any specific? We don't have, I think, specific booklets about, teaching methods for middle school children. We don't have this. We have a lot of material that is aimed at middle school children, so you can do this. We also have this kind of pamphlets about the format, the Karl Popper format that is used. In this we kind of incorporate some sort of methodology and methodics. But Yeah, that's something and we're also really thinking about, doing these materials for teachers to incorporate teaching debate in their own subjects and stuff like that. Any other questions? I mean, really feel free to answer. If are you familiar with the Karl Popper format? Is there any questions about this? No.
How did you handle the presence? If I get it right, it's not mandatory; it's a voluntary thing. If it ever happened to you to have kids with special needs or something similar, how do you handle that?
Well, we do have. They're not in the majority, but we do have them, and it's a case-to-case basis. But we do include them. We definitely are open for this.
I'll just stay for here for quite some time. Nowadays, we are having in one primary school the girl that isn't able to write herself, and she is in wheelchairs, so she's allowed to have assistant that writes her notes, but she has she's able to speak, so she does her speeches by herself. We had in high school though, but the girl I think that has problems with breathing. So after every 2 or 3 words, she needs special time, extra time. So our deal was, okay, her speech isn't 8 minutes, it's 12 minutes. So yes, we do it case by case, but
we try
for
to
sure.
include them. We're definitely trying to be inclusive as much as we can. Yes.
It was really something amazing. But I was thinking more, as my sister is working in a whole special needs school. She has different kinds of kids with different kind of special needs. So I was thinking if it's possible to find a way to make them more go together, even though they are so different between each others.
Sure, why not?
Might be
I mean, I cannot give you a specific example of this, but if you can, when you have okay, it's not the same, but when you have a class full of kids, they're all different, they all have their strengths and differences. So if they have some sort of disability or something like that, this also, why not it's definitely, you're definitely able to include them. What Daria said, we also had, there are some the more common disabilities or the more common disadvantages in learning, having reading problems or writing problems or hearing problems. And I don't think we ever had any kind of problems with this. I think this always went really well. And, this kind of, if you said, I have a feeling that when you run a debate club, you always have to have a really accepting atmosphere, and everyone has to feel safe in order to get the best out of them, and them not being afraid to state their opinion. And I think this kind of atmosphere really works well for these kids because they really have a feeling, because this is the fact that they'll be accepted whatever they say, no one will mock them or stuff like that. So I think this is also something that's really important.
We had a debater. He started to debate in middle school and he finished in high school. And at the end of the high school, he figured out that his speech problems are consequence of social anxiety. And debate really helped him to put himself in much more often in position to speak. So that was a huge part of his therapy during the high school. And now if you meet him now, you would never say he suffered of any kind of speech trauma.
Sure.
And he won twice nationals, so even then that wasn't a deal breaker for him.
Any other questions? No. If you guys really don't have anything else you want to ask, we could end the session. I'm authorized to do it. But also, if you really want to ask anything, let's ask away now. You can also, you can also ask on any of these. So the second one is the Slovenian one. It's the general one. I don't know, maybe Alyosha knows a specific one for the middle schools. This one, the first email is the email of the middle school program in Croatia. So if you have it, they'll be able to address anything. You can also ask Daria and me for our emails. We can also give it to them afterwards. So if you have any kind of questions, really, we talked a lot about the fun part, like the pedagogical part and the didactics and stuff, and methodology and stuff like that. But we're also really versed in organizational stuff. So if you have any questions with this, so this is obviously more it's country specific. But if you have any questions about this, feel free to ask too.
I feel like an organization is probably very different depending on the country and the structure that you have. But the first contact, it's with the principal, the teachers?
Sure. With the well, for us, it's usually someone from the school comes and asks us, and the first instance after. It depends. If you want to open a club somewhere, it's maybe better to have a teacher, find a teacher that's going to be interested in it. If you know someone from that school, or if not, certainly the principal, the person that is the most authorized to approve stuff in the curriculum and stuff like that. And you can pitch your ideas there.
And I would say parents. In last 2 years, we really have lots of emails from parents. So my kid is in this school. I don't see on the website that they have debate club. As a parents, what can we do? And then we communicate all the steps with the parents. We send an email to the school saying, okay, we were contacted by the parents. If you need us, this is what we can do. But yes, for the last 2 years, I think the most new clubs that we opened are because of the parents.
Sure. Any other questions, or can we conclude the session? Are you guys okay with it? Okay, thank you so much for your questions. I hope this was okay, and it helped someone at least a bit. I hope this was also not extremely boring. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask later, or you can find us somewhere, maybe around the hotel, or you can write to us. So thank you so much for coming.